Forward. America is good only at fighting crusades, wrote General David Petraeus in his doctoral dissertation on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam. Submitted to Princeton University in 1987, Petraeus's work attacked what had become the military's conventional wisdom on the lessons of Vietnam. He characterized this as an all-or-nothing approach, which boiled down to the doctrine that the United States should fight only conventional wars with overwhelming support from a crusading public. Petraeus rejected this business-as-usual AP approach. He argued instead that the United States was likely to find itself in the midst of other irregular wars, fighting 2, 3, many Vietnams. Petraeus went on to compile the Army Field Manual on Counterinsurgency published in 2006. The following year, given the chance to conduct field work on his academic specialty, he was appointed commander of U.S. forces in Iraq. Wars are not only crusades, they are also affairs of the heart. Wars are fought for love, which we have known ever since Helen of Troy launched 1,000 ships full of smitten men, willing to die on her behalf. American humorist P.J. O'Rourke captured this truth in an essay he wrote on Vietnam in 1992. In the early evening in Hue, the girls from the secondary schools come home from classes, fleets of them bicycling through the streets, all dressed in white Aodaes, trim shirt dresses worn over loose-fitting trousers. Not for nothing do the remaining Catholic churches ring the Angelus this time of day. I wonder if it changes the nature of a society for beauty to be so common. After exclaiming over the huge aggregate percentages of sirens and bells in this Edenic country, O'Rourke writes, "Now I understand how we got involved in Vietnam. We fell in love. We swooned for the place. Everybody, from the first advisors Ike sent in 1955 to Henry Kissinger at the Paris peace talks, had a mad crush on Vietnam. It broke their hearts. They kept calling and sending flowers. They just couldn't believe this was goodbye." Before beginning my story about Vietnam and America, with sideways glances toward France and other parts of the world, let me say that this book is about war and love. The lessons of Vietnam, counterinsurgencies, and other conflict called irregular. It is about spies and journalists and the confusion between them. Some would claim that journalists helped to lose the war in Vietnam. In this case, I am claiming that a journalist helped to win the war for the Vietnamese. This discomfiting book is about knowledge and deception and the ineluctable incertitude of knowing where one shades into the other. It offers no verities to be redacted into the new lessons of the Vietnam War. It is the simple life of a complex man. The truth is in the details. We begin. A cautionary note. On Agent Z.21. Here is Pham Xuan An now. Time's last reporter in Vietnam cabled the magazine's New York headquarters on April 30th. 1975. All American correspondents evacuated because of emergency. The Office of Time is now manned by Pham Xuan An and filed 3 more reports from Saigon as the North Vietnamese Army closed in on the city. Then the line went dead during the following year. Within serving as Time's sole correspondent in post-war Vietnam, the magazine ran articles on the last grim goodbye, winners, the men who made the victory, and a calm week under communism, and was one of 39 foreign correspondents working for Time when the Saigon Bureau was closed and his name disappeared from the masthead on May 10, 1976. Recognized as a brilliant political analyst, beginning with his work in the 1960s for Reuters and then for the New Yorker LD Tribune and the Christian Science Monitor, and finally, as a Time correspondent for 11 years, Pham Xuan An seemed to do his best work swapping stories with colleagues in Givril, a cafe on the old Rue Catinat. Here he presided every afternoon as the best news source in Saigon. He was called Dean of the Vietnamese Press Corps and voice of Radio Catinat, the rumor mill. With self-deprecating humor, he preferred other titles for himself, such as Docteur de Sexology, Professeur coup d'état, Commander of Military Dog Training, a refer into the German Shepherd that always accompanied him, Ph.D. in Revolutions, or simply General Givril. We now know that this was only half the work and did as a reporter and not the better half, and sent the communist government in Hanoi a steady stream of secret military documents and messages written in invisible ink, but it was his typed dispatches, now locked in Vietnam's intelligence archives in Hanoi, which will undoubtedly rank as his chef d'oeuvre, and wrote 498 reports, the official figure revealed by the Vietnamese government in 2007, averaging about one per month, during his 55-year career as an intelligence agent. Using a Hermes typewriter bought specially for him by the North Vietnamese Intelligence Service, and wrote his reports, some as long as 100 pages at night, photographed and transported as undeveloped rolls of film. An's dispatches were run by courier out to the Siu Chi tunnel network that served as the communists' underground headquarters. Every few weeks, beginning in 1952, and would leave his Saigon office, travel 20 miles northwest to the Hobo Woods, and descend into the tunnels to plan communist strategy. From Siu Chi, An's dispatches were hustled under armed guard to Mount Baden, on the Cambodian border, driven to Phnom Penh, flown to Guangzhou, Canton, in southern China, and then rushed to the Politburo in Hanoi. An's writing was so lively and detailed that General Giap and Ho Chi Minh are said to have rubbed their hands with glee on getting these reports from Tran Van Trong, An's code name. "We are now in the United States War Room," they exclaimed, according to members of the Vietnamese Politburo, as Saigon fell to the communists, and was hoping to be evacuated to the United States. This was not because he feared communist reprisals, as everyone assumed, but because Vietnamese intelligence planned to continue his work in America. They knew there would be a war after the war, a bitter period of political maneuvering in which the United States might launch covert military operations and a trade embargo against Vietnam. Who better to report on America's intentions than Pham Xuan An? In the last days of the war, An's wife and their 4 children were airlifted out of Vietnam and resettled in Washington, D.C., and was anxiously awaiting instructions to follow them when word came from the North Vietnamese Politburo that he would not be allowed to leave the country, and was named a hero of the People's Armed Forces, awarded more than a dozen military medals, and elevated to the rank of brigadier general. He was also sent to what he called a re-education camp and forbidden to meet Western visitors. His wife and children were brought back to Vietnam a year after they left. The problem with Pham Xuan An, from the perspective of the Vietnamese Communist Party, was that he loved America and Americans, democratic values, and objectivity in journalism. He considered America an accidental enemy who would return to being a friend once his people had gained their independence, and was the quiet Vietnamese, the man in the middle, the representative figure who was at once a lifelong revolutionary and ardent admirer of the United States. He says he never lied to anyone, that he gave the same political analyses to time that he gave to Ho Chi Minh. He was a divided man of utter integrity, someone who lived a lie and always told the truth. An's story strikes me as something right out of Graham Greene, said David Halberstam, who was friends with him when he was a New York Times reporter in Vietnam. It broaches all the fundamental questions. What is loyalty? What is patriotism? What is the truth? Who are you when you're telling these truths? There was an ambivalence to him that's almost impossible for us to imagine. In looking back, I see he was a man split right down the middle. In his 1965 book on Vietnam, The Making of a Quagmire, Halberstam, with unintentional irony, described it as the linchpin of a small but first-rate intelligence network of journalists and writers. And he wrote, had the best military contacts in the country. Once Halberstam learned An's story, did he bear him any grudges? No, he told me, when I called him to discuss An's wartime duplicity. It is a story full of intrigue, smoke, and mirrors, but I still think fondly of him. When you mention his name, a smile comes to my face. I never felt betrayed by him. He had to deal with being Vietnamese at a tragic time in their history, when there was nothing but betrayal in the air. In 2005, I published an article about Pham Xuan An in the New Yorker. Shortly after the piece appeared, I signed a contract to develop the article into a book. What I thought would be a simple assignment turned hard as I became enveloped by yet more intrigue. Smoke and mirrors. I began to suspect that I had fallen into the same trap as in former colleagues. They had swapped ignorance for willful ignorance and remained charmed to the end by Anne's smiling presence. Was he a divided man, as Halberstam maintained, or was he a man of the revolution? As the Vietnamese say, with the rest being his cover? Was he an accidental communist or a communist tout? Court, who worked at his job until the day he died. As I dug deeper into this project, I realized that while presenting himself as a strategic analyst, someone who merely observed the war from the sidelines, was actually a master tactician involved in many of the war's major battles. He was an award-winning soldier bedecked with medals, a central player in a long string of military engagements marking communist victories and American defeats, and had not received 4 medals, as I reported in the New Yorker, but 16. These were not ceremonial citations. All but 2 of them were battle medals, awarded for valorous service in Vietnam's wars against the French and Americans. Ever since our first meeting in 1992, and had put me off the trail to discovering what he actually did during the First and Second Indochina Wars, and what he continued to do as a consultant for Vietnam's intelligence services until Hai's death on September 20th, 2006. He hid these facts from outsiders, with a brilliant sleight of hand and charming humor for which he was famous. When my inquiries became too pointed, he turned from assisting my book project to trying to block it. His rears in military intelligence had given him permission to talk to me for a magazine article. He had been fond of the New Yorker from the days when he worked as assistant to Robert Chaplin, the magazine's Far Eastern correspondent. I must have told his bosses, "It's only a magazine article," but they explicitly denied him permission to work with me on a book. As soon as the article was published and put an end to our meetings and hastily arranged for another official biography to be written, one designed to keep his cover securely in place, and was a brilliant conversationalist. His method throughout his life had been to disguise his activities through talk. How could someone so voluble and open about his life be a spy? For example, among a dozen descriptive tie-ins of the crash course that had trained him as a Viet Minh soldier, didn't reveal that he later commanded a platoon, which on at least one occasion had fired on French soldiers. This was not the work of a strategic analyst, but the act of a partisan. I am sorry to report that this book also benefited from An's death. The control he exercised over the story of his life ended in the fall of 2006. Intelligence sources, both in North and South Vietnam, began revealing previously undisclosed information. This included details about An's involvement in some of the war's major battles and campaigns. We learned, for example, that he had won a first-class military medal for providing advance warning of U.S. plans to invade Cambodia in April 1970. The warning allowed communist forces, especially the military command, to escape to the west. Another first-class medal had been awarded for revealing South Vietnam's plans to invade southern Laos in February 1971. Here, An's tactical involvement led to a crushing military defeat for Republican forces. The information revealed since An's death confirms that he was privy to a breathtaking array of military intelligence. Some of the new information was released accidentally, some intentionally. In either case, I began receiving a steady stream of messages, notes, photos, and other documents about a man who, 17 years after I first met him, continues to surprise. An's cover will finally come undone only when someone gets the chance to read his collected oeuvre, the intelligence reports he sent to Ho Chi Minh and General Giap, which made them clap their hands with glee and exclaim over the verve and rative grip of the Tolstoy in their midst, known to them by his code name as Z.21, during our meetings over the years, and knew that he was speaking to me at greater length than was required for a magazine article, even a feature story written with the leisurely scope that was once afforded to Robert Chaplin. But it had his cover, and I had my cover, at least until the New Yorker article was published. After this, neither of us could pretend that we were talking to each other for anything other than a book, which it had not been authorized to do. When I went to visit him for the last time, in January 2006, we were preparing for what I thought would be a long night of conversation, the usual mix of stories and jokes, when he told me this would be our last meeting. There was no going back on his decision. We would never see each other again. I knew by this point that I was working with another official biographer. What's the difference between my book and this other book? I asked. Your book is being written from inside Vietnam, he said, implying that I had access to sensitive information that should not be revealed. I took this as a compliment to my Vietnamese research assistants, whose legwork and tenacity were sometimes as remarkable as An's back in the days when he was the hardest-working journalist in Vietnam. I was hurt by An's decision not to see me again, and I took the news personally until I learned that he was acting on orders from above. His story was meant to be spun as Halberstam had told it. In this version of An's life, created for Western consumption, he was a nationalist, inadvertently caught up in his country's history, a strategic analyst who had looked down on the war from the Olympian heights of time. A different picture is presented here of a master tactician and committed fighter for the communist cause. I have written the unauthorized biography of a spy, although and withdrew his support from this project, along with some of his American friends who took up the cudgels on what they thought was his behalf. I persist in thinking that if this book says anything true about Vietnam and its prolonged wars or the nature of war in general, and would secretly be smiling on it. On several occasions, I nearly abandoned the project. And even as this book goes to press, the fundamental questions remain just that, questions. If I were talking to him about this dilemma, as I often did, he might crack a joke or launch into an anecdote from Vietnamese history or suggest I read a book, such as Nguyen Cai's 1983 novel about his life, Doi John Quan Nuoi, The Time of Man. Conversations proceed like this in Vietnam. They are circuitous and languorous before shift, almost imperceptibly, into moral tales that simultaneously amuse and instruct. I have told this story in Vietnamese style, fluid in point of view and sense of time. Pham Xuan An is dead. He was hooked to a ventilator for several weeks before his lungs collapsed for good in the fall of 2006, ending all those years of conversation. David Halberstam is dead. He survived a lifetime of covering wars in Africa and Asia before dying in the passenger seat of a car that was struck at an intersection in Menlo Park, California, in 2007. For as long as I can still hear them, I will keep their voices in the present tense. The reader should be warned, though, there is no one true story of Pham Xuan An's life. Because his life contained multiple truths. Even his name is a warning, and in Vietnamese means hidden or secret. During the 20 years it fought the Vietnamese, the United States never understood the people or the culture of Vietnam. South Vietnam was to be remade in America's image. Terra incognita precedit terra nova. America's disregard for its enemy cost it dearly. It lost the war with 58,000 soldiers killed and hundreds of thousands wounded. And it lost its naivete about its invincible military might. America's enemy did not make the same mistakes. The Vietnamese studied their adversary. They cultivated an agent who could think like an American, who could get inside the American mind to learn the country's values and beliefs. The Vietnamese needed a spy in the enemy camp. Although not a common second-story man, they needed a strategic spy, a poetic spy, a spy who loved Americans and was loved by them in return. After gaining their confidence, he would pick the lock most prized in military strategy, the lock to their dreams and ambitions, their myths about themselves and their role in the world. For this assignment, the Vietnamese put their faith in one man, who would become their most important spy and one of their greatest military weapons. As a lesson in warfare and as a way to understand the Vietnamese, there is no better lens than the life of Pham Xuan An. Instead of being called the spy who loved us, he could equally well be called as one of my editors suggested, the most dangerous man in Vietnam. While read ing this book, I recommend keeping both lenses at hand or better yet, popping one in each eye. Baptism by Fire. Ho Chi Minh City, or Saigon, as it is still commonly called, is a single-mindedly commercial place, filled with pushcarts and vendors selling everything from soup to CDs. The streets are roaring rivers of two-stroke motorcycles. The exhaust fumes are so thick that Saigon's famously beautiful women have started covering their faces with scarves. "We are all Muslims now," says Viet, my Honda man, who drives me around the city on the back of his motorcycle. Approaching Ann's house, a villa in District 3, a densely settled neighborhood near the train station. We pass an intersection full of motorcycle repair shops and come to a street that specializes in selling tropical fish, including the Siamese fighting fish that Ann admires. I tug on the bell that hangs from his green metal gate. As the dogs start barking, I peer through the grill to see Ann shuffling down the driveway on this sunny day in January 2004. A wispy figure. He wears a white, short-sleeved shirt with a ballpoint pen in the pocket, gray trousers that flap around his legs, and rubber sandals. He arrives winded but smiling and greets me with a handshake that involves only the tips of his fingers. Recently hospitalized with a collapsed lung, the result of a lifetime of smoking Lucky Strikes, 77-year-old General Givril, with his full-toothed grin, looks as puckish as ever. I had first visited in the early 1990s when I was in Vietnam researching a book on Amerasians, the children of Amer, Icon soldiers, and their Vietnamese lovers. When the book was published, I sent him a copy, and I sent him other books when mutual friends of ours visited Vietnam, and knew that I was in tearist in hearing his story. He was a gracious host to the Iders who were allowed to see him after Vietnam adopted Doi Moi, its version of perestroika, in the late 1980s. He would spend hours explaining Vietnamese history and culture, but he was silent as a sphinx on one subject, his life as a spy. Late in 2003, I received a message that he might finally be willing to talk, not formally, but in friendly conversations. These began at Tet, the Lunar New Year, and resumed for another couple of weeks at the onset of the rainy season in May 2004. I saw him again in March 2005, and then the following year before Tet, and leads me through his garden, a tropical enclave lush with star fruit and bushberry trees. It is perfumed with frangie, pawnee, and splashed with color from the flowering apricot blossoms and orchids. A hawk and 3 fighting cocks stare at us from cages under the trees. We stop in the middle of the garden to admire a porcelain statue of one of Ann's beloved German shepherds, and credits Edward Lansdale, military intelligence agent and supposed model for Graham Greene's Quiet Amer, Icon, with teaching him how to use dogs in his work. I trained my dog so that he could alert me when the police were searching people's houses, even a kilometer away, and says he was a good spy, and, with his puckish humor, also points out that the super-intelligent Lansdalean dog in his garden has 3 testicles. Ann's wife, Thursday Nan, is sweeping the front porch with a short-handled broom. She is a pleasant, and other songbirds. A blue Indian myna with a yellow bill announces in Vietnamese, "Grandfather, telephone call for you." The bird is mimicking the voice of Ann's grandson, who lives with him along with Ann's 3 grown sons. We kick off our shoes and enter the large room that once served as Ann's office and library, as well as his reception and ing room. Lining the far wall are the glass-faced shelves that house his books. A Chinese landscape painting hangs above a green upholstered sofa and chairs. Fish teach you to keep your mouth shut. Unfortunately, while I was in the hospital, most of my fish died. The room has been changed since I last visited. In the alcove near the front door, in place of Ann's desk and filing cabinet, nets and the piles of magazines and papers which used to reach toward the ceiling, sits his son's piano. "Here is where my wife threw all my papers," he says, pointing to 2 gray filing cabinets and a desk piled with yellowing documents. "My wife tells me it's time to make room for the younger generation, but I can't die yet. There's nowhere for me to go." I can't go to heaven because I have told too many lies. Hell is reserved for crooks, but there are so many of them in Vietnam. It's full, and has pendulous ears, a high, square-domed forehead, close-cropped dark hair, and lively brown eyes. His left eye is slightly larger than his right, as if he were simultaneously ing both the long and short view of the world affairs. Photographs of him from the 1950s show him wearing narrow suits, white shirts, and black trousers, and looks like one of the nice, clean-cut young men who joined fraternities and mastered social drinking. He was taller than the average Vietnamese, a scrappy boxer and swimmer who once thought, after failing his school exams for the second year in a row, that he might become a Vietnamese gangster. I don't want to talk about myself, and says frequently, there is too much to remember. Then, without skipping a beat, he begins recalling in minute detail scenes from 50 years ago. He leans forward in his chair. He gesticulates with his fingers, which are long-boned and nearly translucent with age. He shapes the air in front of him as if it were a doughy ball, taking a punch at it from time to time. He divides his remarks into Confucian triads and pentads while waving his fingers through an arc that represents one of the Deses, the protective god, Deses, to whom he credits his success in life, and can also talk for hours about world events. Drawing parallels between Vietnam and the Iraq War, techniques first developed in Asia have been moved to the desert. Or evaluating the world's intelligence services, the Americans are masters at gathering intelligence, but they don't know what to do with it. Pham Xuan An was born in the Vietnamese Year of the Cat, at the Hour of the Buffalo, on September 12, 1927, 20 miles northeast of Saigon, in the Bien Hoa Psychiatric Hospital, which at the time was the only European medical facility in Cochin, China, open to Vietnamese. As the firstborn son of a cadre superior, an educated member of the colonial administration, he received a French birth certificate, an unusual privilege. They had one doctor to take care of the crazy people who were pregnant, and says, "It's because I was born in an insane asylum that some people say my blood was infected by the virus of communism, and was born in a psychiatric hospital. That's why he follows the communists. He's crazy and is a great fabulist. He uses animal stories and proverbs to poke fun at people's pretensions. His humor acknowledges life's absurdities and embraces its contradictions. But sometimes I wonder if it isn't also a shield, a kind of protective pace to keep interlocutors at bay. Why didn't he become a communist? Does he joke about it? Because the question is too serious to be treated any other way? Originally from Ha Dong, the heart of North Vietnam in the densely populated Red River Delta, lying between Hanoi and the coast, and his great-grandfather, Pham Xuan An, a silver and goldsmith, was recruited by the Nguyen dynasty to make medals for the royal court at Hue in central Vietnam. An's grandfather, Pham Xuan Duong, rose through the Vietnamese civil service to become a teacher and eventually director of a primary school for girls. In the photograph that stands as the centerpiece of An's family altar, Duong wears a gold medal on his chest. Given to him by the emperor, the large tulip-shaped medal, called the Kim Khan, signifies that An's grandfather holds a rank equivalent to a secretary in the government, and shows me a picture of himself as a baby with the medal hanging around his neck. I ask if he still owns his grandfather's Kim Khan. It was sent to Ho Chi Minh for the gold campaign, he says, referring to the massive bribe that Ho paid the Chinese army in 1946 to convince them to withdraw from northern Vietnam after World War II. After graduating from the University of Hanoi, An's father, Pham Xuan Vien, worked as a cadastral surveyor establishing property lines and tax rolls in Vietnam's southern frontier. Vien laid out roads in Saigon and canals through the U Minh forest. Along the Gulf of Siam, while surveying in Cambodia, he met An's mother, another immigrant from the north, an industrious woman with a second-grade education who could read and write. The work of a colonial surveyor in southern Vietnam involved press-ganging peasants in a carrying surveyor's chains through the Mekong marshlands and building towers in the jungle to establish sight lines. When you do land surveying and build canals and roads, you see the poor Vietnamese workers eking out their living, and says, you see the French system of forced labor, beatings, and other abuses. The only way to oppose these abuses is to fight for independence. The Americans did the same thing in 1776, when my father saw how badly the French treated the peasants. It was natural for him to fight for Vietnamese independence. My father became a patriot. My family was always patriotic in their desire to remove the French from Vietnam. Cadre supérieur. An's father held one of the highest ranks available to a Vietnamese in the colonial administration. There was no engineering school in Indochina. For this advanced training, one had to study in France, so Pham Xuan An had been schooled as an agent technique, which was the functional equivalent of a civil engineer. Born in Hue in central Vietnam and educated in the north, Vien spent his entire career in the south, building France's colonial infrastructure. At the time, the south was the Vietnamese frontier, much of it still covered in jungle. Other parts were accessible only by boat. Working his way through seasonal floodplains, mangrove forests, and rice paddies buffeted twice yearly by monsoons, Vien served in the vanguard of what the Vietnamese call the Nam Tien, the March to the South. The Viets, one among Vietnam's 54 ethnic groups, although by now the dominant group, have been expanding southward from their home in the Red River Valley near Hanoi for the past 5,000 years. But it was only after the Mekong wilds in the south had been overlaid with roads and plantations that the Viets could finish their march. Pham Xuan An, like his father, had served the Nam Tien. In fact, he could be said to have brought it to its end. A unified Vietnam, stretching from the Chinese border to the Gulf of Thailand, could exist only after all of Vietnam's invaders, Chinese, French, Japanese, American, and Cambodian, had been expelled and Vietnam had fought the last of its Indo-Chinese wars. Only then would the Nam Tien be complete. Like many Vietnamese, and traces his ancestry to southern China. That's where we lived before we were pushed out, he says. We migrated from Hanoi to central Vietnam, the area of the Cham and Cambodians, before we moved farther south into Cochin China. My ancestors followed the same history as the rest of the country, moving from the heartland in the Red River Delta south into the lowland areas. Soon after arriving at the royal court in Hue, An's family began its ascent from manual laborers to colonial cadres, while Pham Xuan An, the family patriarch, was a craftsman, shaping gold and silver into plants and animals so elaborately detailed that they seemed to take on a life of their own. His children used their position at court to secure jobs as teachers and administrators. The school directed by An's grandfather, Duong, was one of the first in the country to teach Chu Quoc Ngo, or modern Vietnamese writing, an adapted version of the Latin alphabet developed in the 17th century by French missionary Alexander de Rhodes. Vietnam's original system of writing, Nam, based on classical Chinese characters, was banned by the French in 1920. Duong School was part of a strategy to reset Vietnamese history to year zero. With a new language and literature, Vietnam would become the sole Asian country with a Roman alphabet to help reshape the consciousness of its Asian subjects. France introduced the guillotine into Vietnam and began using it with revolutionary fervor. The French ultimately failed to impose their political will on Vietnam, but their linguistic revolution was a success. A country that was largely IL literate due to the difficulty of mastering Chinese calligraphy is now almost universally literate. An's uncle also directed an elementary school. Another uncle became a civil servant working for the post office, while his aunt married an agent technique who, like An's father, had graduated from the University of Hanoi. And successful, upwardly mobile family might have been expected to feel beholden to the powers that had trained and employed them. But instead of supporting the French, they resisted them. They ran the schools, built the roads, and delivered the mail. But at the same time, they were patriots who opposed French colonial rule in Vietnam. They were quiet revolutionaries, not the ones who went to prison or fought in the Viet Minh resistance. But their fervor was deep and unwavering. It would come to fruition with devastating effect in the revolutionary career of Pham Xuan An. The Viets are a fierce tribe whose history consists predominantly of battles against enemies from the north, Genghis Khan and the Chinese and Japanese, the east, Portugal, France, and America and the west, Laos, Khmers, Indians, and Thais. The list of Vietnam's warriors, including women warriors, is long, and so too is the duration of their struggles. The Vietnamese fought for 1,000 years to oust one Chinese occupation. Patriotism in colonial Vietnam was inadvertently fostered by the French. They taught the Vietnamese about nationalism, including the idea of the nation-state and its aspirations to express the spirit of a unified people. Vietnam's school curriculum was devoted to studying the French Revolution and its happy conclusion in a republic devoted to liberté, égalité, and fraternité. The French never intended for the Vietnamese to embrace these ideas as their own. They were talking about France, not Vietnam. But once the nationalist ideal began bleeding into the colonies, not even the guillotine could cauterize it. To make a living, you had to work for the French regime, but none of the Vietnamese wanted their country dominated by foreigners, and says, "Our history is full of battles against invaders. We borrowed our language for fighting this struggle from the French, but it was motivated by our love for our own people, the same force that motivates any country to fight for its independence." The French divided Vietnam, like Gaul, into 3 parts. Tonkin in the north included Hanoi and the port city of Haiphong. The central region of Annam was simultaneously the birthplace of revolutionaries, such as the Tay Son brothers and Ho Chi Minh, and home to the quaint royal court in Hue. Cochin China in the south was comprised of Saigon, the Mishi, Lin, and other rubber plantations at Dao Tieng, and the great rice-growing domains of the Mekong Delta. A unified Vietnam stretching from the Chinese border to the Gulf of Siam had never existed, nor did the French want it to exist. They outlawed the word Vietnam because it referred to the idea of a unified country and arrested anyone who used it. The map of Vietnam was made by the French and says, "Before they arrived, we had no nation. The high plateaus belonged to the Montagnards. Other parts belonged to the Cham or Khmer." I am speaking within one day when he walks to the buffet next to the dining room table, opens the top drawer, and flees through a collection of old photographs and letters. "Here it is," he says, holding out his police identity card from the colonial era. Because his father's family came from central Vietnam, known to the French as Annam, stretching back over successive generations, involves an interlocking mosaic of family and social relations so tightly knit that I can barely tease out the strands. To help me, and gives me a handhold for keeping track of the narrative as it slips backward into Vietnamese history. Today's point of reference is Nguyen Thi Binh, whose name is mentioned frequently in An stories. Binh and An, both born in 1927, were childhood friends. Their fathers were classmates at Hanoi University and worked together as engineers in Cochin China. Binh and An might have married if their paths had not diverged during Vietnam's interminable wars. Imprisoned for 2 years by the French, Binh became foreign minister of the National Liberation Front, the coalition of Southern Revolutionary AES whose armed forces were known as the Viet Cong, and she led the NLF delegation at the Paris peace talks. In 1992, after serving as Vietnam's Minister of Education, Binh was elected Vice President of Vietnam. During the tumult immediately following the end of the Vietnam War, she helped him get his family reunited in Saigon. But today's story stretches even farther back in time. Binh's grandfather, scholar and anti-colonial agitator Phan Xuan An, believed that France should honor its democratic principles by replacing Vietnam's Mandarin rulers, of which he was one, with modern laws and institutions. After peasant tax revolts erupted in 1908, Trinh was sentenced to death, but instead was shipped to Pulo Condor, the Devil's Island prison camp, also known as Con Dao. 13th century explorer Marco Polo was the first Westerner to discover this archipelago of 16 mountainous islands in the South China Sea, or Eastern Sea, as the Vietnamese insist on calling it. With their windswept nesting grounds for turtles and dugongs, the islands have a lonely, spectral aura enhanced by their long years of use for imprisonment and torture. It was here that the infamous tiger cages, first built by the French and later adopted by the Americans, became the symbol of the cruel U.S. presence in Vietnam. After 3 years on Polo Condor, Trinh graduated to exile in France, where he worked as a photo retoucher and co-authored articles signed Nguyen Ai Quoc, Nguyen the Pa, Try It, which at the time was an alias for Nguyen Sinh Kong, later known as Ho Chi Minh. When Phan Xuan An died in 1926, thousands of people swarmed into the streets in Saigon and Hanoi, demanding an end to French colonial occupation. An's father helped organize these demonstrations, and An followed his father's example in the 1950s, when he too used the funeral of a Vietnamese patriot to launch a series of street demonstrations and strikes. When we meet, An and I usually sit in his living room. Sometimes we walk to the bookshelves that line the back of the room. One day, An takes me behind the shelves into a narrow corridor where his family altar is located. It holds the usual sticks of incense and bowls of fruit and jumbled collection of photos which honor the dead. Vietnam is a country that celebrates death days instead of birthdays. The Vietnamese are not Buddhists, An says. They are animists. The religion they practice is ancestor worship. This is why the Tet holiday is so important to the Vietnamese. It is the occasion when you invite the souls of the dead to come back to visit the living. We believe we have 3 souls, and says spiritual, sentimental, and material. The spiritual soul distinguishes humans from animals. The sentimental soul comes from the heart. The material soul comes from the abdomen. It explains why humans are bad, why we kill people and are corrupted. When you die, you report to the Emperor of Hell. If you have committed too many crimes, you are forced to stay there. In any case, you will stay in hell for 3 days after your burial. Then your family comes to visit your grave with a black chicken. If the chicken cries, it is let out of its cage and allowed to run free. Called the opening of the grave, this releases the sentimental soul. You can use a black dog for this ritual, but it costs more. If the dog returns to your home, it will bring your sentimental soul with it. We celebrate this event by plaque, a photo of the dead person on the family altar. Placed in the center of the altar is the photograph of An's grandfather, showing him dressed in a tight-fitting tunic and wearing around his neck the gold medal from the emperor. Nearby are the photographs of other ancestors, whose stories An begins to tell. His grandfather had 3 wives. His first wife bore him 4 children, including An's father, who was the second of 3 sons. His third wife bore him 3 children. His second wife, childless, left An's grandfather and then married into an aristocratic family in the north and gave birth to the Hue, who became one of North Vietnam's greatest poets and politicians. At that time, the French allowed you to have 3 wives, An says. In the old days, you could have 5 wives and 7 concubines. That's why I always wanted to live in the old times, he jokes. An's father, Vien, also had 2 wives, actually 1 wife and a concubine. Before Vien met An's mother, he had a daughter with a peasant girl in Rach Gia, the southern town at the edge of the U Minh forest. For a brief time in 1941, the girl came to live with An's family, but she soon got homesick and left, and never saw her again. Like his father, An's mother was part of Vietnam's southward march. She came from the coal mining region near Haiphong, and her family hailed originally from China, where her grandfather, like An, was an avid bird lover. As a little girl, she tended his skylarks, Chinese birds that are carefully bred to produce the finest singers and dancers. Where's a photo of your father? I ask An as we stand in front of the family altar. It is here, he says, reaching for a picture toward the back. The photo shows a stern man wearing black spectacles and a dark Western suit and tie. I can't stand up too long, particularly when it's hot, and says, returning the photo to its original position. I wonder if his father's censorious gaze is also making him gasp for breath. Born in 1900, An's father was educated in the girls' school run by An's grandfather, a rare exception to the strict colonial rules regarding single-sex education. After high school, Viên went north to Hanoi for his training as an agent technique as civil engineer. The engineers divided their tasks into different specialties: mapping, surveying, dredging canals, building roads. An's father excelled in mapping. He spent most of his working life in the jungles and wild areas of Cochin, China, scouting out the plan of attack for his colleagues, who arrived later to build South Vietnam's public works, and himself mastered these skills when he started mapping battlefields during the Vietnam War. One of his most important jobs at time was to submit weekly coordinates for all the troop emplacements and battles in the ongoing war, in spite of their privileged position as civil servants. An's family members were not oblivious to the suffering around them. Forced labor and an immiserated peasantry formed the base of the colony's economy. No Vinh Long, in his book Before the Revolution, The Vietnamese Peasants Under the French, describes how Vietnam's rubber plantations functioned as slave labor camps, with annual death rates higher than 20%, stiff taxes on the peasantry, corvée labor, an elaborate system of police controls and prisons, periodic famine in the countryside followed by peasant revolts and swift reprisals. This was the political economy that ground the vast majority of Vietnamese into poverty. At the same time, the French built roads and schools throughout the countryside, and the mail was delivered with remarkable celerity. This economic system operated like a great machine for converting jungle into rubber and rice plantations. And it also provided the leisure for French colons to spend their afternoons sipping Pernod on the terrace of the Continental Palace Hotel. Vietnamese opposition to French colonial rule took a variety of forms. Some Vietnamese wanted to ameliorate the brutality of the French system while maintaining a Franco-Vietnamese alliance to keep the Chinese at bay. Others called for throwing off the French colonial yoke. An's immediate family wanted to bring the colonial era to an end. If you are a teacher, every day when you face your students, you can see that their families are poor, and you know why they are poor, and says, "My grandfather saw the consequences of the French occupation, and he couldn't help but be opposed to it. An's father also saw the consequences. My father mapped the forest by laying out chains, which is hard to do in the June, July, and says. He had to build towers for sight lines and rely on chaineurs, who included prison laborers and peasants too poor to pay their taxes. After mapping the area around Bien Hoa, Pham Xuan An was transferred to Rach Gia. This vast area of swamps and mangrove forests bordering the Gulf of Thailand marks the end of the road in Vietnam's southward march. As far from civilization as you can get, the area is sparsely settled by refugees from China and Cambodia and by pirates who cruise offshore in the Gulf. Surrounding Rach Gia is the U Minh Forest, an aqueous domain filled with various species of Melaleuca water palms and cajeput groves. Thousands of fish traps, angular cages made from bamboo sticks, float in the water. The slender white trunks of the cajeputs thrive in the marshes, as do a large variety of insects, including honeybees whose combs are avidly collected. The French tried to drain these swamps and canalize them into rice plantations, but they never fully tamed the U Minh Badlands. The forest was a staging area for the Viet Minh. It served the same purpose for the Viet Cong, and it was here that Pham Xuan An was trained as a revolutionary soldier. As a child, and traveled through the vast, watery reaches of the U Minh forest on his family sampan, which was loaded with his father's surveying equipment and maps. At night, the family docked in canal-side villages, where local authorities loaned them huts in which they cooked dinner and slept. One evening before An's second birthday, The family was crossing the estuary of a big river that opened onto the ocean when the twin spouts of a marine tornado began racing toward them. It looked like the black necks of two geese intertwined with each other, and says, the boat survived the storm, but Anne's mother, then pregnant with Anne's sister, decided that a waterborne life was too dangerous for a firstborn son, and then was sent to live with his paternal grandparents in Hugh. They lived in a brick house built by Anne's father, which was occupied by Anne's grandfather and his first and second wives and Anne's half-uncle and aunt. After delivering her second child in Hugh, Anne's mother rejoined her husband in the South. I was abandoned there to live with my grandfather at the age of 2, and says, he is not using the word abandoned by accident. This first separation from his parents would be followed a few years later by another separation, which calls his exile. It was 2 years before and saw his parents again. They came to Hugh on the death of his grandmother, and after the funeral, they took him back to Cochin, China, no longer living on a boat. The family occupied a house in Gia Dinh province outside Saigon, which at the time was a provincial city of a few 100,000 souls surrounded by rice fields, rubber plantations, and forests. Few roads had been cut through the countryside, and his father was charged with mapping where they would go. So he traveled the area on jungle paths, mostly on foot, and Aka, signally by Tilbury, a small two-wheeled cart pulled by a horse. And so began Anne's lifelong love affair with Saigon. He spent hours along the Saigon River, swinging in the banyan trees and jumping in the water. He made friends with the workers in the Ba Sun shipyard, who cast him fanciful metal coins to play with. He rode the trolley to Cholon, the Chinese district, and then rode back to the movie theater near the bridge at Dachau, where he watched films of Johnny Weissmuller playing Tarzan. It was a beautiful dream of freedom in the jungle, and says of those movies, I thought under communism I would live like Tarzan. I put this dream into the revolution. Look at Tarzan, and exclaims, what does he have? Only his loincloth. When you're a communist, you become Tarzan, king of the jungle. This is communism as a pure state of natur, a Rousseauian idol. It is the high school philosophy ver schauen of communism, which is acquired from books sent to students in the colonies by the French Socialist Party. Yes, I am a communist, he says. Communism is a very beautiful theory, the most human theory. The teaching of God, the Creator, is the same. Communism teaches you to love each other, not kill each other. The only way to do this is for everyone to become brothers, which may take 1,000,000 years. It's utopian, but it's beautiful. As a political analyst, I knew that communism was a failed god, responsible for millions of deaths in the 20th century, and he knew intimately the limits of the communist regime under which he lived. But the patriot made a choice when he was young to fight for an independent Vietnam. The most effective force in leading this struggle against the Japanese, French, Americans, Chinese, Cambodians, and other invaders of his divided country was communist. Here in Vietnam, which organization did you have to join in order to carry on the fight for your country? He asks. You had no choice but the Communist Party, and was happy to be reunited with his parents in Saigon, but school was another matter. Enrolled in the French PRI, Mary School. He had to take a big exam at the end of 3rd grade. If he failed the exam, he had to repeat the class. If he failed again, he flunked out of school. The exam was so important that, on the day it was given, police surrounded his class room and locked the doors against parents who might try to bribe the teacher. I failed the exam, and says. He laughs, remembering this scholarly setback, a full-throated, hearty laugh. The school where I did my best work and spent my happiest days was called Bissonnière, he says, using the French term for play, ing hooky. The father of one of Anne's classmates was a coffin maker. At night, and slipped out of the house to sleep with his friends in the empty coffins. When business was slow, the coffin maker thought it lucky to have his surplus stock temporarily occupied. It was cozy inside our coffins, and I slept quite well, and says. My father would go out looking for me. When he discovered I had been sleeping in my friends' coffins, he would whip me. Other nights, I went out with my friends to look for ghosts. We hid near the cemetery, beside a stand of bamboo. They say that at night, when ghosts appear, they make a noise, and if you look at a grave, you can see the spirit rising from the body. This is actually the mist that rises when the rains begin to fall, but we thought the first exhalations of mist were the spirits of dead people rising from their graves. So we would lie in wait, and at night, when the wind blew, the bamboo would knock together and make a clicking noise like bones shifting in their coffins. This was the sound that told us to get ready. The ghosts are coming. As I listen to him tell this story, it reminds me of Tom Sawyer, conjuring with spirits and getting into mischief, while back home his father playing the role of Aunt Becky. Is prepar, ing, to tan his backside. 5 kilometers outside of colonial Saigon, the forested area wherein lived would turn pitch black and silent at night, except for the plaintive cry of the peanut vendor as he made his rounds from house to house, selling cones of roasted peanuts for a few pennies apiece. One was sometimes allowed to buy a cone of peanuts as a special treat. One night, with heavy monsoon rains beating on the roof, he heard the peanut vendor's tant cry, and summons up the plaintive voice from his youth. Yang rang yang, yin ka boi mang, mang dao rang. Opening the door, and discovered that the peanut vendor was a boy his own age. His only protection against the monsoon rains was a conical cap and cape made from the leaves of water coconuts, and had returned to his homework and was munching his roasted peanuts. When his father asked him what he thought of the peanut vendor, and replied, "He's a boy like any other boy." "Do you think so? Then why are you sitting here, in this comfortable room? Why are you reading books under an trick light while he is outside in the dark, wearing nothing but a cape made of coconut fronds? He is earning money to feed his family. His mother and father are poor. Why don't you take advantage of your lucky situation? Why do you fool around all the time, day and night, night and day? I beat you to make you. Study, for your future benefit." Neither beatings nor lectures improved the headstrong youngster. He whipped me, so I didn't study, and says, "My F.A., though was afraid I would turn into a Saigon hooligan, a Duke on Saigon. That's why he exiled me to Troy. Already in 3rd grade, you had to read and write French. Even mathematics was in French. History was taught in French, and it was mainly French history. I was doing well in math, but I failed the French oral dictation, and that was the part they took most seriously. My father sent me to Hugh, and my grandfather sent me to Troy, and says, describing what he calls his exile. Troy was a very poor area, with only one primary school from many villages. The head of the school was the adopted son of my grandfather. His wife was also a teacher in the school. I stayed with them for a year. I took the exam and failed again. My father was so mad. I had spent a whole year enjoying life, doing nothing. Living among people so poor that they ate roasted cicadas for meat and lit their homes with rendered rat fat was posed a scare and into working harder in school. Instead, he'd lighted in playing hooky and larking around the countryside. After flunking his exams again, he was caned by his father and brought back to Saigon for a stricter regime. One morning, after I pull the bell at his gate and then walks through his garden to greet me, I find him looking tired and dispirited. "A friend died last night," he says. "This is happening all the time now. Old people lose their teeth," he says. "What they should lose instead, since they have no use for them, is their balls. I really wanted to grow up to be like Tarzan, to have a pretty girl and live freely in the jungle. Now they make me live in a house. I have to put on a tie to go to meetings and weddings and funerals. Tarzan never put on a tie. I thought you wanted to grow up to be a Vietnamese gangster. When you're a good gangster, people like you. You can help them. You fight for the weak against the bullies who dominate them. What happened to your project?" My grandfather said no. My father said no. That's why he exiled me to Troy, when he noticed that I was trying to become a Saigonese gangster. Seeing the hard life of the peasants, I was supposed to mend my ways, but I enjoyed it. Do you know why? Because my father wasn't there. I wasn't being whipped by him with his rattan cane, and was brought back to Saigon for a final try at passing his exams. He returned to swimming in the river and larking about town, but things had changed. War was looming in Asia. The world was shifting around him. I had a friend, a Vietnamese boy, who was a French citizen. His brother was drafted by the French in 1938 to serve in the French army. Before he was shipped to Europe to fight the Germans, he was detained in the military barracks near the zoo. Every weekend, my friend and I would walk from Jiadin to the barracks, carrying a big bunch of bananas. His mother wanted him to have them. This might be the last native food he ate before going to die in Europe, and tells few stories about his mother. But one concerns a family dispute that occurred when he was 10 or 11 years old. "The most beautiful women in the world are French," said his father. "No," said his mother. "American girls are the prettiest." Anne's father was surprised to have his opinion contradicted, since he was an expert on the subject. As a respected member of the French civil service, he was occasionally summoned to judge local beauty contests at provincial fairs, and according to him, the French girls, not the Vietnamese or Métisses, were always the most beautiful. I asked my mother, "How do you know American girls are beautiful?" "Look at the movies made in Hollywood," she said. "In their manner, their speech, their gestures. The American girls are prettier than the French girls. So when you grow up, you should go to America and marry a woman like this. You will be happy. Don't marry a French girl. They are arrogant." To prove his point, Anne's father sent him to watch Les Miserables, a movie about an impoverished French family with a pretty young French girl as the heroine. Anne appreciated this less son from his father, but the movies he really loved were Icon films with Charlie Chaplin and Laurel and Hardy, and, of course, his great favorite, Tarzan. In 1938, Anne's family moved from Saigon to Kendo, the bustling colonial city that was the economic and cultural capitale of the Mekong Delta. Anne's father, replacing a Frenchman who had been mobilized, was officially elevated to the rank of engineer and, in spite of his failed exams, was admitted to 4th grade, where he finally mastered the devilish French dictée. Sitting at the confluence of 2 rivers in a skein of water, ways, and canals, Kendo presides over a region known as Kulong, or 9 dragons. This is a reference to the 9 branches of the Mekong River which traverse this verdant floodplain. The city is filled with floating markets and edged with orchards growing durians, mangosteens, and oranges, rife with coconut, palms, and groves of sugarcane. The area is dominated by the emerald green paddies that make this the rice bowl of Southeast Asia. Kendo was originally settled by Khmer Krom, downstream Cambodians, who ruled until the end of the 17th century, when Nguyen lords began to expand their influence southward. By the 1860s, the French had taken control of the delta and set to work draining and canalizing the marshy land into rice plantations, a project begun 18 centuries earlier by Indian traders, and was a happy-go-lucky schoolboy. But World War II was approaching. Desperate for conscripts, the French tried to draft the colony's able-bodied men, even people as old as Pham Xuan An, Anne's father. In 1938, Viên was called to Saigon for a physical exam, which he failed. In 1940, the Japanese occupied Indochina. The French colonialists were left to run their own form of Vichy government, which put a French face on Japan, essay rule, and spent his high school years at the College de Kendo, which trained boys through the 10th grade. He remained an indifferent student, but he was beloved by teachers who admired his independence and inquisitiveness. They saw in him a new kind of Vietnamese, agile, quick on his feet, adventuresome. The world was turning topsy-turvy with war and revolutionary fervor. The French colonial era was collapsing. The Vietnamese understood that mastering the French dictée would not be enough to guarantee success in this new world. A coup, of Anne's teachers, pinning their hopes on this devilish boy, tried to push him forward, and sensed that the French world in Asia was dead, although it would be another 15 years before the body was finally carried off stage. He began taking private English lessons from a Vietnamese Protestant minister who had been trained in Singapore, and he became an avid student of American culture, being particularly impressed by its revolutionary history, its films, and its legendary Chicago gangsters. In 1941, Anne's father was transferred back to his old territory near the U Minh Forest. Anne's family, which now included his younger sister and 2 younger brothers, moved to Rach Gia, while An stayed behind in Kinho. His French teacher, Truong Vinh Con, assumed the role of An's absent father. Con was the loving and appreciative counterpart to the stern Pham Xuan An, deeply cultured in Vietnamese and French literature. Con was also a sportsman and, like An, he had a keen sense of humor. A French citizen from a wealthy landowning family, Con had an unusual appreciation for the United States, which he sensed would be the next major influence shaping Vietnam. Con had the worldly tolerance required to appreciate a student like An, who never worked hard enough to get more than middling grades, but possessed an abundance of good humor and animal spirit. The two of them exercised every day with Con's punching bag and sparred in his boxing ring. I love him so much. He taught me all sorts of things, says An. An's American friends claimed him as one of their own, but his early training was deeply French. Whenever he had difficulty finding a word in English, it was the French term that came to mind. His sense of Vietnamese nationalism and his early training in Marxist theory and communism were borrowed from France. We students knew about patriotism and nationalism. And how do we know these things? An asks, because we were taught by the French. In our first year of secondary school, we were allowed to learn Vietnamese for only an hour a week. The rest of the instruction was in French. They taught us about the French Revolution, the origins of France, French solidarity, French wars, the history of World War I and France's other wars against Germany, French religion, Catholicism, the royal court and nobility, French law. There was a strong emphasis on civic education, and says, referring to the idea of a united people with rights incarnated in a constitutional state. Con supplemented An's readings in French literature with the stories and fables of Jean de la Bruyere and Jean de La Fontaine. An loved these stories about humans and animals, which reveal that the only difference between them is human pride and pretension, which put us at a disadvantage when compared to the noble simplicity of other animals. When I feel a little unhappy, I read the fables of La Fontaine, because he's a professeur universal, and says, another favorite of mine is Jean de la Bruyere. He's a very optimistic writer. He teaches you how to smile, to be happy. Professor Con introduced me to these writers. That's why I owe him a lot. He thought I should go study in France. There is no June, GLE in France, he said. You won't have any friends calling you out to play. There will be no swimming in the river, no boxing, fighting, training every day. You will have to become serious, like the French. Con came up with another idea. Since the only school at which I excelled was L'École Bissonnière, playing hooky, he thought I should become a gangster. You will never be a good student, he told me. To speak French, all you need to do is learn 3 words. To learn English, learn another 3 words. For the rest, you should learn how to fight. You should become the leader of the gangsters in Cochin-China. This will make you highly respected by your friends and family. The best gangsters are in Chicago, he said. You should become a Vietnamese gangster, but learn how to do it from the Chicago gangsters. He told me to go to the United States and learn about technology, the modern way of doing things. He said the Chicago gangsters, when they fight, always use poing-a-mary-cane, brass knuckles. He taught me how to make them. You pour hot lead into a mold and then cool it with water. You can break someone's skull very easily. Con and his pupil spent hours swapping jokes and fabulous stories about An's future training as an American gangster. One of Con's stories involved the Chicago stockyards, with a smile tugging his lips, and tells me about Chicago's miraculous machine for killing pigs, which Con considered the apex of American technology. In Vietnam, we tie down the pig and cut its throat with a knife. We collect the blood. We open up the abdomen of the pig and clean out the entrails. In America, you never touch pigs. They're dirty. They're inhuman. The Americans are very clean people. They have beautiful Yorkshire pigs, Berkshire pigs, which are much bigger than Vietnamese pigs. Each one weighs over 100 kilos. Telling me this story, and begins to grunt like a Yorkshire pig on its way to slaughter. He is a brilliant mimic. I am hearing a perfect Yorkshire grunt here in Saigon. At the stockyards, Where the pigs are killed, an American wearing fine shoes and a necktie opens a gate leading to a big metal machine. He pushes a button. The pig falls down. The machine finishes him off. The dirty pig goes in one side of the machine and comes out the other, all cooked and nicely arranged on a plate. Sausage, ham, salami, it's all prepared in this wonderful machine. On the far side of the machine sits a big gentleman wearing a tuxedo and bow tie. In front of him is a table set with white linen, crystal goblets, fine china, and silver, and a good bottle of wine. The food comes out of the machine and lands on his plate. He tastes a morsel. He sips his wine. He puffs his cigar. He pauses and with a nod of his head, but only if it meets his highest standards. The food is whisked away for delivery high and wide to all the markets in America. If he's not happy, he shakes his head and someone pushes another button. The food is transported off his plate back into the machine. Do you know what happens then? Out the other side of the machine walks the Berkshire pig. I went to Chicago and tried to find this machine, and says, referring to his travels across the United States in the 1950s. My professor was dead by then, or I would have written to tell him that I couldn't find this miraculous machine anywhere in America. In the context of wartime Vietnam, Khan's recommend a tie-in that in Become a Gangster was not far-fetched. Vietnam has a long tradition of criminal gangs. The French used criminal enterprises to finance their colonial administration, and they put gangsters in charge of running the country. In colonial Vietnam, becoming a gangster could indeed make you highly respected by your friends and family. Preeminent among Vietnam's modern gangsters was Lưu Van Bay Vien, an illiterate, bull-necked assassin who was adept at Sino-Vietnamese boxing. Bay Vien was chief of the Binh Xuyen River pirates who controlled the opium traffic and all the casinos and houses of prostitution in Saigon. A graduate of the Pulo Condor prison camp, he would rise to become the unofficial mayor of Saigon, the city's richest man, its de facto police chief, and a general. In one sense, the entire history of Vietnam, all 50 centuries of it, can be seen as a long succession of rival war bands and gangsters. Vietnam is a great crossroads, a veritable stew of cultures, all of which seem to have staked out this territory because it was as far from home as one could get. Vietnam was where you went after a failed revolution in China, India, Cambodia, or France. It was the land of pirates, exiles, warlords, and criminal gangs, all fighting each other in the dark obscurity of the country's jungles and tropical floodplains. Vietnam is named for the Nam Viets. They bumped into groups of people from India, Cambodia, and Malaya who had settled in the rich, rice-growing regions of the Mekong Delta. The contentious history of the Delta emerges from obscurity in the 1st century CE, when the Indianized civilization of Funan was established. Funan had walled cities replete with libraries and silversmiths and a strong fleet, which allowed it to control Vietnam's coastal waters. To the north of Funan, another Indianized culture took root in Campa. As described by William Cassidy, who has written a lively AC count entitled Southern Vietnam's Criminal Traditions, 1991. What we know today as Saigon began as a collection of villages some 80 kilometers inland from the coast, known originally as Prey Corps, or the Land of Forests, a refuge and hiding place from and for the pirates that harassed seagoing traffic to the south and river traffic to the west. The area presented a vortex of piracy and banditry. The Malay pirate fleet operated inland from Pulo Condor. The Campa pirate fleets operated south, ward from below Hue. Fulanese and Cham bandit gangs monopolized the overland routes. By 1859, a new band of pirates, the French, had captured towards Saigon, and by 1862, Emperor Tu Duc had ceded a big chunk of Cochin China to his new European overlords. Cambodia fell in 1863, and by 1884, the entire region was under French control. The French suppressed coastal marauding, preferring to control sea traffic and tax it for themselves. This forced Vietnam's gangsters to move inland, where they became river pirates, hiding in the swampy regions southeast of Cholon, Saigon's Chinatown. In Cholon itself, the river pirates ran bordellos, opium dens, and gambling halls. The staging area for their criminal activities was an area called Rung Sat, the jungle of the assassins. Here, in the hamlet of Ben Shuyan, Alesh said a yeasty mix of swamp bandits, Cholon street thugs, caped contract laborers from the Michelin rubber plantation, and members of various criminal associations linked to Chinese triads and Vietnamese secret societies. By the early 1930s, the Ben Shuyan pirates had welcomed into their ranks a young street hoodlum named Bay Vien. He was captured by the French and imprisoned on Polo Condor, but he got a lucky break when the Japanese assumed control of Vietnam in 1941. They released the Ben Shuyan gangsters from Devil's Island and began employing them as a useful tool for ruling the country. After the Japanese coup d'etat on March 9, 1945, when French citizens in Vietnam were rounded up and thrown in prison, Bay Vien emerged as a government police official. The Japanese occupation of Vietnam shadowed An's teenage years. He saw the Japanese as a belated addition to the long line of invaders who had tried to rule his country. If anything, the Japanese were even more brutal than the French. Other Vietnamese allied themselves with this new political force, excited by the prospect of Asians ruling Asia, a racial platform that the Japanese exploited to good effect. The Japanese talked of Great Asia and Asia for East Asians and says they wanted to kick all the white people out of Asia. Eventually, South Korea and Hong Kong were the only two places where the Caucasians still had their foot in the door. The Japanese considered this their great achievement. Vietnam's political parties and even its religious sects began to hew the Japanese line. The Japanese were very smart, and says they invented the Hoa religion. They co-opted the Chow Dai religion. They set up the Dai Viet political party and recruited students into the Vietnamese Kuomintang, VNQDD, influenced by Sun Yat-sen. They were also very smart in using the French against the communists. They knew the Vietnamese communists opposed them, so to keep order and mobilize the economy to serve the Japanese forces, they left the French in place to do their bidding. Part of this mobilization involved converting Vietnam's rice crop to fuel for Japan's military machine, which resulted in 2 million Vietnamese starving to death. The charade of French rule in Vietnam ended in 1945 with the Japanese coup d'etat. As in watched the French citizens of Kin being beaten and forced to sit in the town square without water all day for being thrown into prison. The scene left him with a visceral distaste for the Japanese and their colonial legacy in Asia, caught up in the patriotic fervor sweeping over Vietnam at the end of World War II, when the country seemed poised to shake itself free from the defeated French and retreating Japanese, and dropped out of school in the spring of 1945 and joined the communists. Our first enemy was the Japanese, who were occupying the country, he says. The communist leaders were particularly keen to recruit students who knew how to read and write. We were young and patriotic. At that time, we knew for sure that the communist lead heirs would sacrifice their lives for the good of the country. The majority of them were educated, like Ho Chi Minh and Dr. Pham Ngoc Thach, who had a French wife. My own primary school teachers joined the communists. It was the best organization. All the others claimed they were fighting the French, but when the French returned, they stopped fighting like the Dai Viet, which had been created by the Japanese to fight with them. After the war, the Dai Viet joined the French or Icons and worked secretly for the CIA. Some of them tried to join the communists, but were boycotted, which doesn't seem right to me. It's not good if you become suspicious of everybody. In that case, you have poisoned yourself. The communists made many mistakes and admits. The communism of Stalin and Mao, I don't like that kind of communism. They invented their own form of communism. They propagated their own theories for their own benefit. Do you remember what happened to the son of Deng Xiaoping, the secretary of the Communist Party in China? And asks, the Red Guards threw him out of a window and broke all the bones in his body. Now he is paralyzed from the waist down. Marx didn't teach them to do that. I don't think so. Whenever In and I talk about his party allegiance, it is the benevolent gods of communism whom he chooses to worship. Communism teaches you to love each other, like Jesus Christ taught his followers. He's a kind of Karl Marx, I guess. We were fighting not for communism, but for independence and the unity of Vietnam, and says, that's what the majority of Vietnamese wanted. This is different from fighting for communism. At the end of World War II in the fall of 1945, Vietnam was overtaken by the short-lived euphoria of what was known as the August Revolution. Inanoy, Al Kimin, quoting America's Declaration of Independence, declared the country free and united before a cheering crowd of 1 million people. Ho ruled the Democratic Republic of Vietnam for a handful of days, until the Chinese moved in from the north and the British landed troops in the south. The British rearmed the French, who stormed Saigon's government buildings and soon gained the upper hand in splitting off Cochinchina from the rest of Vietnam. In November 1946, the French Navy bombarded Haiphong, killing as many as 6,000 Vietnamese civilians. The French resumed control of Hanoi and forced Ho Chi Minh to flee into the countryside. It would be another decade before he returned to power in the north, and in other 30 years before Ho's revolutionary forces regained control of the South. We were bitterly disappointed in the British, and says, we were even more bitterly disappointed when the French returned to power. After the August Revolution, almost all the students in the high schools and universities joined the struggle. Even the children of landowners and the French Metists joined, like my friend whose father was my physics teacher. He was a Vietnamese who had graduated from university in France. His wife was French. Their son, who was half Vietnamese, half French, joined the revolution. And tells me another story about a Metist who joined the fight against the French. His father was a major in the Expeditionary Corps. His mother was Vietnamese. Their son, who looked more French than Vietnamese, tried to fool the enemy by donning a French uniform and leading an attack on the southern city of Maidho. He was captured and faced a death sentence. I have captured your son, said the French major to his Vietnamese wife. Do you want me to release him or send him to the military court? I would like you to save his life, she said. I will lose my job. I will be dismissed from the army. Yes, but I love him very much, and he loves his country. He is a patriot. On the next beat, and starts rewriting the dialogue. He loves two countries, the country of his mother and the country of his father. In the end, the major released his son and says, he lost his rank and returned to France. His son was regrouped to North Vietnam and stayed there until 1975, when he returned to the South. By then he had lost everything, all of his father's estates and property. Today he lives in Saigon, a poor man. This happened to many children of landowners. Their parents were killed by the communists during the revolution, but they continued to serve their country. In September 1945, and signed up for a crash course in Seoul, during taught by the communists near Rajgia. For 100 recruits, there were only 50 weapons, including some muskets left over from World War I. Trainees had to pick up spent cartridges to make new bullets. Although he was involved in fighting first the Japanese and then the French, and dismisses this experience as little more than running errands. But a government website, recounting his activities as a hero of the People's Armed Forces, describes him as a national defense combatant who participated in all battles in the western region of South Vietnam. And it is not until March of the following year, 6 months after enrolling in his crash course, that he undergoes what he calls his baptême de feu. This course was reserved for the peasant class and the children of workers, and says, I was considered an intellectual. My father was a fonctionnaire, a cadre superior, which was considered a pro-French element. The communists were also suspicious because he owned land, doubting that his son would get far in school. His father had bought him a tract of land near the Yumin forest, and this his land from time to time, where he witnessed firsthand the hardships of peasant life in the countryside. These visits provided and with a good excuse for traveling into remote areas, and also provided him with a source of income, most of which came, ironically, from the Americans. My father said the only way to help me was to make me a landowner. So in 1941 or 1942, he bought me 70 hectares of land in Rachjia, plus 30 hectares of concession. This was rice-tract land, very rich in rice paddies. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to exploit the land because the revolution came in 1945. An's land near the U Minh forest would later become a landing zone for the American military, which touched down here when ferrying troops into the region by helicopter. When he was a journalist accompanying soldiers on commando raids into the forest and landed here several times. In the end, do you know who paid me for my land? He asks. Uncle Sam. In 1970, the Vietnamese government instituted land reforms. They would get rid of the owner class. They would show people they could do better than the communists. The Americans footed the bill. They gave me a lump sum payment for 40% of the value, and then every year after that they gave me another portion. I was supposed to receive the final payment in 1975, but I didn't have a chance to get it because the communists came. If Uncle Sam hadn't bought my land, the communists would have come and seized it. It would have been socialized and become the property of the government. I would have become the owner of all of Vietnam, possessing all the land in the country. I would have become Tarzan, living free in the jungle, owned by nobody and everybody. This would have made me a happy man. And laughs uproariously at his own joke. History dealt him the best of both worlds. He got Uncle Sam's cash in his pocket, and then he got to swing happily through the communist GLE of collective ownership. You know, God is always changing his mind and says, he never decides anything properly. An's instructors in Rachjia were guerrilla fighters from North Vietnam who had been incarcerated by the French on Polo Condor. The French system for controlling Vietnam was quite simple, and says, they built a big palace for the provincial governor, and next to it they built a prison, and next to that they built a courthouse. They captured you, took you to court, passed sentence on you, and threw you in prison, where the governor and his subordinates could watch you. It was all very logical. In addition to the main prison in each province, there were many concentration camps and prisons scattered throughout Indochina. In order to be a leader, you should have spent time in one of these prisons. These people have been captured because they loved their country. When in use is the word captured, it is one of the rare instances when he employs a revolutionary term for its Western equivalent. In this case, AR arrested. The old-time reporter is discreet about tipping his hand with politically loaded words. The communists who made propaganda in the prisons were well-trained. They knew how to recruit members from among the other nationalist parties, the VNQDD, the Hoa Hao, and the Chow Dai. These people were also patriotic, but they were vague. They didn't have any ideology. The communists were ideologues. This was very important. They had a system for acting on their nationalist sentiments, a plan of action. When you graduated from prison, this was the first step to being promoted. I have asked him to tell me this story before, but only once doesn't let slip that he saw combat in at least one battle as a Viet Minh platoon leader. One day I was assigned to fight the French. I led my platoon out into the field. We set up an ambush along the road. This was in the hot season, April 1946. The French had signed an agreement not to move through this area, which was controlled by our forces. They were breaking the agreement. I had 30 people in my platoon. We were armed with guns, grenades, and pistols. We had French shotguns, what they call flabeers, which are birdshot rifles used by children to shoot pigeons, and some double-barreled shotguns. The French came marching down the paths alongside the canal. There were 2 columns of troops moving toward us. In between them was a boat with machine guns ready to rake the sides of the canal. We had taken up a position on a bridge over the canal. I ordered my platoon to fire on the French, but we were too far away to hit anyone or see if anyone was hit. The French called in air cover, and when the plane arrived, I ordered my platoon to withdraw. This was my baptême de feu, and says, using the French term to describe his baptism by fire. I never shot a gun again during the war. An's real baptême de feu came in 1947, when he realized that even the people he loved would have to be sacrificed for the revolution. By mid-1946, he had left the countryside and returned to Kinno. He was walking down the street one day when he ran into his beloved French teacher, Truong Vinh Con, who had been appointed by the Japanese to be director of the Lycée de Kinno and had just been named Minister of Education in the newly created state of Cochin China. Surprised and pleased to see his old student, Con asked him what he was doing. "I have just returned from the countryside, from my land," and told him. "The French are back, and most of the revolutionaries are gone. So I'm looking for a job. Maybe I'll go to Saigon or join the military school of Vung Tau." Juan tells me about this encounter. I notice that he is already wearing his protective coloration as a spy. He is pretending to be a landowner concerned about defending his property from the Viet Minh. Then he floats the idea of enlist ING in the newly formed officer training school of the Franco-Vietnamese colonial army. "And don't be stupid," Con told him. "A soldier gets killed very easily. Stay here in Kinno, and the next time I return, I'll take you to Saigon and give you a scholarship to go to France and finish high school. When you grow up, you'll be able to learn properly. Now you're too crazy," and laughs heartily, remembering his old teacher and his former craziness. The scholarship to France never materialized. The opportunity disappeared when Truong Vinh Con was ambushed by the communists and killed in a roadside attack. They were aiming for the prime minister, a Chow Dai optometrist named Lu Van Hoch. But they got Con instead. In 1947, in broad daylight, outside my though, the communists ambushed a whole convoy of government officials, and says, "This bold move was the first major attack organized by Tran Van Tra, the young military commander who later led the assault on Saigon during the Tet Offensive in 1968. By 1975, Tra would emerge as deputy commander of the Ho Chi Minh Campaign, the last battle in the Vietnam War. It is hard to imagine the pain and must have felt when he learned that the communists had assassinated his French teacher. The moment reveals with blinding clarity the tragedy of modern Vietnam, and was caught up in a war, an actor who had taken sides. He knew that many people, including friends and family members, would die in this conflict. He had no choice but to carry on. It's not a matter of reason or justice." A French military officer says to the British journalist who is the protagonist in The Quiet American, "We all get involved in a moment of emotion, and then we cannot get out." The work of hunting dogs. When France regained control of Vietnam in 1945, and his father, Vinh, was afraid to return to his post in Rach Gia, he took refuge in Kinno for a year, until he thought it safe to resume his old position. He had encouraged his surveyors and the rest of his staff to join the Viet Minh, and they had fought the Japanese, the British, and now the French. The colonial administration doubted Pham Xuan An's allegiance, since he had declined an offer of French citizenship in 1942. By 1947, they were using tougher measures. My father got into a lot of trouble with the French as he righty in Rach Gia, and says, "They called him in for interrogatories day after day, night after night. Everyone who worked for him had abandoned the French zone and joined the revolution. They put the blame on him. He was intimidated by the French. He was scared. He couldn't sleep. That's why he got tuberculosis." By 1947, Vinh's health was so precarious that he was admitted to the tuberculosis ward at Cho Ray Hospital in Saigon. This was the year I was supposed to go back into the June GLE to join the revolution, and says, "I went home to see my father before I reported for duty. My mother told me that he had been hurt by the security people. He is sick. You better go see him before you leave for the jungle," she told me. When I went to Saigon, his father asked him to stay and take care of him, and did so willingly. Vinh had a lung removed and remained in Cho Ray Hospital for 2 years. It was Proba Bly in the TB ward that acquired the scarred lung tissue that remained after his own bout with tuberculosis. I got a little bit of the grisaille from my father. The infiltration of microbes. This is why I got a deferment from the Vietnamese army, until they were sure I had been cured. and used his time in Saigon to read books and study English. When the United States Information Service opened an office on the Rue Cadenet near the Grand Hotel and signed up for the first language course. In 1949, he made another attempt at Finn, Ishing High School, thanks to the intercession of his former math teacher, who had been named director of the College de Maitho, and was allowed to re-enroll in school. Located in an amiable market town 70 kilometers southwest of Saigon, Maitho was the Delta's second lycée devoted to preparing students for the baccalaureate, instead of finishing school, and got caught up in organizing student strikes and demonstrations. In 1950, Cochin China schools were closed as students rallied for two mass demonstrations, one against the French and another against the Americans, known as the Tran Van on demonstrations. These protests, borrowing a page from Anne's father's generation, were organized around the funeral of Tran Van An, a 15-year-old high school student at Saigon's Lycée Petrus-Kai who had been killed by the French police. One story says he was shot during a protest in front of the governor's palace. Another says he was bludgeoned to death and returned to Saigon for the big demonstrations, which were held in January and March 1950. The United States had sent 2 destroyers to Vietnam carrying war material. They were anchored in the Saigon River at the foot of Rue Cadenet, the main street in Saigon, which runs from the Catholic Church past the Continental Hotel and down a tree-lined promenade to the waterfront. The military display included the USS Boxer, an aircraft carrier moored off the coast that launched a tie-in of warplanes. The American pilots buzzed the student demonstrators in Saigon. Although the First Indochina War would continue for another 4 years, the United States was already positioning itself to succeed France in Vietnam. It looked as if all of Saigon had joined the students in their demonstration, as the funeral procession wound its way from Petrus-Kai High School to Cho Ray Hospital, to pick up the body of Tran Van An and carry it to the cemetery, and says, the crowd was even larger for the second demonstration in March. All the elements of society joined, the workers, clerks, market vendors, everyone poured into the streets. We were protesting the agreements signed by France and the United States in 1950. The Americans would foot the bill for the French Expeditionary Corps on 2 conditions. The French had to establish a Vietnamese armed force. There had to be a real Vietnamese army, not just Vietnamese troops serve, ING under French command. The French also had to set up a real Vietnamese government, not the kind of phony front they were used to operating with, but a real government with some autonomous power of its own. The American policy of self-determination, saying that each sovereign country should have its own democratic government, is actually a messianic policy that America tries to impose on the rest of the world. This is why the Americans tried to create a country called South Vietnam, which was as assembled out of the former colonies of Cochin China and Annam. The United States, according to An, prefers to rule the world through client governments that are nominally independent but do Washington's bidding. The French saw this system as messy and cumbersome, if not dangerous, because Vietnamese puppets were prone to cutting their strings and dancing to their own tune. When France dispatched its best general, Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, to carry out this new plan for fighting the Viet Minh, and his fellow students met de Lattre in 1950 with another round of street protests. I was one of the organizers. Because I knew how to dodge the police, I was not arrested or killed. I was lucky. Many of the other organizers were not so lucky. It was during the Tran Van on demonstrations that I began working with Dr. Pham Xuan, a French-trained medical doctor and Communist Party member who was in charge of intellectual proselytization and student politicization in Cochin China. a specialist in treating tuberculosis. Thach went on to become Ho Chi Minh's personal physician and North Vietnam's Minister of Health. The number one cause of death for communist soldiers during the French and American wars was malaria. Thach would die of malaria in 1968 while he was in the jungle searching for a cure, and had been introduced to Thach by a fellow student, Du Ngoc Tan, better known by his alias Ba Hoc Sin. He was the leader of the student group in Saigon before he was captured by French security. They tortured him to death and threw his body in the Saigon River. I was very upset when my friend was killed. A member of the Communist Party since the age of 17, Ba tutored and in socialist ideology. He was also a member of the Marxist Club in Saigon, which met at the house of French educator Georges Boutarel. Later, Boutarel went into the jungle to join the communists, where he too worked for Dr. Thach. Ba gave me all sorts of books published by editions Cials in France. The first book I read was L'Economie. Then I read about the history of the Bolshevik Party and Leninism. I wasn't a member of their communist reading group, so I read all these books on my own. When my friend was captured, I realized I was in danger. His sister came to let me know that he had been arrested. I burned all the revolutionary books and documents he had given me. It took me the whole night to burn them. Diaries written by Jack and Bobby Kennedy describing their trip to Indochina in 1951 offer a candid assessment of the Vietnamese Revolution. John F. Kennedy, who was then a third-term congressman from Massachusetts, his 26-year-old brother, Robert F. Kennedy, and their sister Patricia visited Vietnam in 1951 on a fact-finding trip designed to beef up JFK's resume as he prepared to run for the Senate the following year. Flying into Saigon on October 19th, they were greeted at the airport by an impressive array of troops and tanks, a display not intended for them, but for the Latre de Tassigny, who was also visiting Saigon. People seemed sullen and resentful, Bobby noted in his journal. The countryside was held by the guerrillas, not the French. Could hear shooting as evening wore on. Great many assassinations. The Kennedys noticed right away that the French Indochina War was not being fought by the French. Certainly the French were throwing their best officers and many billions of francs into the conflict, but of the 150,000 colonial troops in Indochina, only 15% came from metropolitan France. Of the 18,000 soldiers in the French Foreign Legion, for example, 10,000 were Germans who had fought in World War II. To avoid starving to death in the internment camps set up at the end of the war, they had volunteered to fight in Asia. Supporting this force were another 150,000 native troops. By the fall of 1951, the Viet Minh had launched 3 major attacks on French forces in the Red River Delta in the north. After 10,000 men were killed, many of them from air-eel attacks with American-supplied napalm, the Viet Minh abandoned a general offensive and adopted guerrilla warfare. It would be another 3 years before they attacked the French again in open battle at Dien Bien Phu, a lonely fort in a mound, Tanis Valley 180 miles west of Hanoi. On the first page of his journal, Bobby described Ho Chi Minh as an old communist agitator who had no popular support in Vietnam. The following day, after his first briefing, he had changed his mind. If poll taken today, at least 70% of people throughout whole of Indochina would vote for Ho Chi Minh merely because he fights the French. The populace where fighting is taking place are all in favor of Ho Chi Minh. Sometimes they will help the Vietnam troops, but they attempt to give the French troops wrong information, if they give them any. The only Vietnamese the Kennedys interviewed was an unnamed journalist who complained that Vietnam was overrun by French colons. Bobby concurred. Too many streets with French names, too many French flags, too many French in high places, he wrote. The journalist told the Kennedys about Vietnam's long-standing hatred of the Chinese, the reason why Ho Chi Minh would never bring Chinese troops into the war. Unfortunately, this lesson had been forgotten by the time John F. Kennedy became President of the United States in 1960. The Kennedys were invited to dine in evening dress with His Majesty Bao Dai, the former emperor whom the French had brought back to run the state of Vietnam. Had dinner with President at his palace. Armed guards with revolvers in full view around the corridors, wrote JFK. After dinner, a small elephant was brought in to the dining room and spent some time there. 2 nights later, the Kennedys dined with General de Latte, Tre de Tassigny, who was particularly worried about the Red River Delta, home to 7.5 million Tonkinese. Good fighters and workers, de Latte said, the best people in SE Asia. De Latte outlined an early version of the domino theory. If the commies gain control of the Red River Delta, they will turn the flank of all SE Asia. They can infiltrate into Laos and from there into Burma and down into Malaya. By this means communism will hit Cochin China before the troops arrive. Flying north to Hanoi for a very impressive army show, the Kennedys spent the afternoon touring little hilltop fortifica, tie-ins in the Red River Delta. The Kennedys lunched in one of these forts with a French colonel who said he was optimistic about the successful end of war, although this might not occur during our lifetime. Bobby recorded this observation with double exclamation marks. We're not here to help French maintain colonial rule, but to stop communists, wrote John F. Kennedy in his journal. His brother was more honest in his assessment. We are here to help French maintain colonies. French suspicious of U.S. intentions, with the schools on strike and politics occupying his time, and never returned to high school. His father had taken early retirement at a reduced pension and with no one else to support the family, and went to work. He moonlighted at various jobs. He left his bookkeeping job to become one of 50 people trained by the Indo-Chinese government to work as customs inspectors. There were 10 for North Vietnam called Tonkin, but was too smart for this limited career and too restless. He continued studying English and dreamed of traveling to the United States. He liked many of the Americans he met, often befriending them, but he was also convinced that the colonial powers occupying his country had to be defeated by any means possible. Only then could Vietnamese and Americans truly be friends. During the Tet New Year celebration at the end of January 1952, and was summoned by his communist superiors to report to the jungle. He was excited, thinking he was finally being called to the war zone for action. He expected to be issued a gun and get to work fighting the enemy. Already by 1947, I had decided I was ready to go into the jungle. And says, but because my father was sick, I had to stay in the city and take care of him. Before he left Saigon, and was instructed not to quit his job at the customs house, curiously, and he was told to pretend that he was merely traveling out of town for the Tet holiday. After journeying to Tay Ninh near the Cambodian border, and spent the night in a remote village before being picked up by a guide. They walked all day through the forest. The French were continually sweeping through the area on military operations. It was hard to slip in and out. You sometimes had to wait for days before it was safe to move through the jungle. And had already been here while visiting his younger sister, Pham Xuan, who had moved to the jungle 3 years earlier to become the voice of Nam Bo, a radio broadcaster for the Communist Network, and sometimes brought her food and medicine and stayed overnight at the radio station, hidden under the jungle canopy. In 1955, An's sister moved to North Vietnam to work for the state-run coal mines. It was a very hard life in the jungle, and says they didn't have enough food. They ate manioc and foraged for edible leaves. If they were lucky, they got rice. They made bread out of cassava, which you can eat when it's hot, but when it's cool, it's very tough. Very difficult to chew. The French had moraine spotter planes, which flew over the jungle looking for smoke or other signs of habitation. If they saw anything, they bombed it. So you had to bake your bread in termite nests and vent the smoke through piles of leaves on the forest floor. According to An, their only pleasure came from drinking homemade beer, of which there were two kinds, standing beer and sitting beer. Standing beer was made from the urine of men, sitting beer from the urine of women. After you took this urine and put yeast in it, it tasted like any other beer, and assures me, but men usually preferred to drink standing beer, and women preferred sitting beer. And was bunked in with his sister at the Viet Minh radio headquarters when Dr. Pham Ngoc Thach, secretary of the Cochin China Communist Party, arrived. Thach was responsible for setting up what came to be known as CUSVN, the Central Office for South Vietnam, the advanced element of the Communist Party's Central Committee. Cosman directed the war in the South. As the two men talked, and was disappointed to learn that he would not be joining his sister in the forest. Instead, he was being recruited to work as a spy in Thach's newly established military intelligence service. I was the first recruit, and says. He found his new assignment ignoble. Spying is the work of hunting dogs and birds of prey, he told Thach. I had been beaten by the riot police during the student demonstrations in Saigon, and I had no desire to be a stool pie, Jian, or an informer, and says. You have to fight for your country, Thach told him. Whatever we want you to do, you have to do it. You have no choice. You are fighting for the people. Any position is honorable, unless you are working for the enemy. I was supposed to follow the implantation of the Americans in Vietnam, and says. To face the future, we had to learn ING about the American intervention. Thach ordered 2 instructors to come down from the north and tutor in military intelligence. One was trained by the Russians, one by the Chinese, but found both of them pretty much useless. Basically, Dr. Thach said I was on my own. I should borrow books from the Americans and the French that discuss intelligence and apply them as best I could. Wallen describes this scene to me. His birds start screech, ing, as if they are trying to transport us back into the jungle on that fateful day. They sound like a mocking menagerie, hooting like chimpanzees and meowing like cats. They even bark like An's dogs. When I listened to the tape of our conversation, I strained to hear An's voice through a non-stop chorus of peeping, chirp, ing, singing, calling. The birds repeat the same notes over and over again, with one bird giving out what sounds like a Mayday distress call. Help me, I'm drowning. A microphone hidden in An's wall would record nothing but this idiotic din of screeching, babbling, cooing, complaining birds. The first problem An confronted on slipping back into Saigon as a newly recruited spy was how to avoid being drafted into the French colonial forces. The communists feared that An would end up as a colonel, not high enough in rank to be a good source of information. The sleepy world of the Indo-Chinese customs house yielded little news. So An began moonlighting as a press censor at the Saigon post office. Here he was told to black out the dispatches written for British and French news, papers by Graham Greene. A troublemaker, the French, as summed, was working for British intelligence. Sitting under the soaring iron columns and revolving seal, ING fans that decorated this impressive building designed by Gustav Eiffel, and worked at the post office in the late afternoon. Journalists posting stories from Saigon faced delays from faulty transmissions and other technical problems, but their biggest hurdle lay in the censor's office. An, a self-taught English speaker with a loose grasp of the language, was instructed to censor dispatches from Graham Greene, one of the great lit, literary ironists of the 20th century. The French gave us orders to watch Graham Greene very closely, and says, he had worked for British intelligence during World War II. Then he came out to Indochina to cover the war. While he was in Asia, smoking opium and pretending to be a journalist, the Duxian Bureau assured us he was a secret agent in MI6, British intelligence. We were also ordered to watch very closely anyone who worked for the CIA. One day, Graham Greene came to the post office to file a story. His report was placed on my desk. It was a long report. What do I do with this? I asked my supervisor. You have to be very careful, he said. If there are any words you're not sure about, just cross them out. Your English isn't very good. But there's nothing he can do about it. He can't argue with you. So just go ahead and cross out the words. Mark it up, and then give it to the man who types the telegram. They never give him a chance to argue anyway. To file a good story, you have to use a pigeon and says, referring to a courier who flies dispatches out of the country and files them in Hong Kong or Singapore. Greene himself wrote a story about how he used a pigeon articles out of Vietnam for David Chipp, the Reuters correspondent in Indochina. I later worked under David Chipp when he became chief of Reuters in Southeast Asia. When I talked to him about this, he told me that he was the one who pigeoned articles out of Vietnam for Graham Greene. When Greene was in Saigon, he smoked a lot of opium and says he got it from Matthew Franchini at the Continental Hotel. It wasn't illegal to smoke opium back then. I never met Graham Greene. I saw him at the post office or down at the Continental, having an aperitif on the terrace. But if I had started talking to him, I would have got in trouble with the French military security, the Office de Renseignements. These people were planted everywhere. Aside from censoring Greene's dispatches, and also witnessed the event that provided the centerpiece for The Quiet American, which was published in England in 1955 and in the United States a year later. I was on my way home from the customs house and says, describing what he saw on January 9th, 1952. We had a long break at lunchtime for a siesta before going back to work in the afternoon. Sometimes when there wasn't much to do, I would go swimming in the pool near the Mages, take hotel, and then go home for lunch. That day, I told my boss I wanted to leave early to watch the parade honoring a French regiment that had fought in Korea. It was being rotated home, with a stop in Saigon to march down Rue Catinat to impress people. This was the most important street in Saigon, lined with lots of elegant shops. A reviewing stand had been set up in front of the cathedral, and the whole city was planning to show up to watch. And was riding his bicycle up the Rue Catinat toward the Continental Hotel. Ahead, he saw a large crowd gathered near the fountain that decorated the Place Garnier. Facing this square in the center of Saigon were Café Givril, the Municipal Theater, the Continental Hotel, and other Saigon landmarks. Neither nor the spectators knew that the parade had been canceled. Suddenly, and saw people flying through the air and heard the massive explosion that turned the plaza into a bomb site full of dead bodies and wailing survivors. He arrived at the scene to find windows shattered and lots of injured bystanders calling for help. Featured as the climax of The Quiet American, the bomb, was the work of General a Chow Dai warlord who was supported by the Americans as a third force, meant to lead Vietnam into a future that was neither communist nor French. In Greene's novel, Aldenpile, the CIA agent who is financing considers this act of urban terrorism the unfortunate price one had to pay for advancing the cause of Vietnamese freedom. The French G2 got a tip that General had planted a bomb and says, so at the last minute they canceled the parade. Maybe they got the information too late. Maybe they wanted the bomb to go off and embarrass the Americans by having them kill lots of innocent civilians. Anyway, Many people were lining the streets, waiting for the parade. When the bomb went off, it shattered the windows in the cafe, Givril, and the pharmacy next door. I watched as the police rushed in to help the wounded. Except for its private army of several thousand soldiers, the Chow Dai were a peculiar choice for American patronage. The religion was founded in 1926 by a Vietnamese civil servant who had been enlightened during a spiritualist seance. The Chow Dai had a pope and female cardinals who presided over a holy see. 80 kilometers northwest of Saigon, Green described the Chow Dai Church as a Walt Disney Fantasia of the East, full of dragons and snakes in Technicolor, represented by the divine, all-seeing eye. The religion included among its saints Joan of Arc, Descartes, Shakespeare, Pasteur, and Lenin. Soon after its publication, I was given a copy of The Quiet American by Mills C. Brandis, a CIA case officer in Saigon, who would later serve, it appears, as chief of station in Thailand. Brandis thought the book would help him learn English. Many Vietnamese believe this story about the Americans coming to Vietnam and trying to set up the Chow Dai as a third force, and says, when The Quiet American was made into a movie, and published a review of it. When the book was filmed for a sec on time in 2001, and served as an advisor on the film and as the model for one of its central characters, the communist as assassin who kills CIA agent Alden Pyle, to escape his manic-depressive temperament. Graham Greene began traveling in Asia in 1950. The second of his two autobiographies, in Indochina I drained a magic potion, a loving cup which I have shared since with many retired colons and officers of the Foreign Legion, whose eyes light up at the men Thaian of Saigon and Hanoi. The spell was first cast, I think, by the tall, elegant girls in white silk trousers, by the pewter evening light on flat paddy fields, where the water buffaloes trudged fetlock deep with a slow primeval gait, by the French perfumeries in the Rue Cadenet, the Chinese gambling houses in Cholon. Above all by the feeling of exhilaration which a measure of danger brings to the visitor with a return ticket, the restaurants wired against grenades, the watchtowers striding along the roads of the South, earned Delta with their odd reminders of insecurity, Si vous êtes OU attacks in cours de route. Prévenez le chef du premier poste important. If you are detained or attacked en route, alert the station chief at the next guard post. On this first visit to Vietnam, Green met the man who would become the model for The Quiet American. Green was in the marshes of Ben Tre in the Mekong Delta, visiting the happiest of the warlords in Cochin China, the Eurasian colonial Leroy, who provided his visitors with an evening of dancing on his private boat. I shared a room that night with an American attached to an economic aid mission. The members were summed by the French, probably correctly, to belong to the CIA. My companion bore no resemblance at all to Pyle, the quiet American of my story. He was a man of greater intelligence and less innocence. But he lectured me all the long drive back to Saigon on the necessity of finding a third force in Vietnam. I had never before come so close to the great American dream, which was to bedevil affairs in the East, as it was to do in Algeria. Green returned to Vietnam in October 1951, 8 months after his first visit. Again he was on assignment from life, this time to write about the French war in Indochina. Also in OC, Tober Green was featured on the cover of Time. His leonine head was superimposed on a dark tunnel resembling a vagina, at the end of which glowed a Christian cross. The caption at the bottom of the cover read, Novelist Graham Greene. Adultery can lead to sainthood. Greene left Vietnam in February, hoping to travel to the United States to see the filming of his novel The End of the AF Fair. But his request for a visa was denied on the grounds that he was a communist. He had been a member of the party for 6 weeks as a college prank. When Green was accidentally granted a visa by a U.S. consular official in Saigon, the man was sent scurrying through town to find the author in his room at the Continental Hotel. After knocking the door and asking to see Green's passport, the man whipped out a stamp pad and marked the visa canceled. When he was later allowed to travel to the United States on a short-term visa, Green attended Mass with Claire Booth Luce, wife of Henry Luce, chairman of Time Incorporated, and he aired his magazine assignment to Luce's editors at Life, who killed the story. As Green wrote in Ways of Escape, I suspect my ambivalent attitude to the war was already perceptible. My admiration for the French army, my admiration for their enemies, and my doubt of any final value in the war. Returning to Vietnam in December 1953, Green spent a doom-laden 24 hours at Dien Bien Phu, the land fortification in the mountains west of Hanoi. 5 months after Green's visit, the Viet Minh overran the fort. The battle marked a major turning point in world affairs, said Green, who believed it was the first time in the history of Western colonialism that Asian troops had defeated a European army in fixed battle. Of the 15,000 French expeditionary soldiers defending Dien Bien Phu, 3,000 to 4,000 were killed on the battlefield, and another 10,000 were captured by the Viet Minh. Half of these men would die on a 500-mile forced march down from the mountains to the coast. The day after the communist victory, the international conference convened to end the Indochina War opened in Geneva. Dien Bien Phu was a defeat for more than the French army, Green wrote in Ways of Escape. The battle marked truly the end of any hope the Western powers might have entertained that they could dominate the East. The French, with Cartesian clarity, accepted the verdict. So too, to a lesser extent, did the British. The independence of Malaya, whether the Malays like to think of it or not, was won for them when the communist forces of General Giap, an ex-geography professor at Hanoi University, defeated the forces of General Navarre, ex-cavalry of Pfizer, ex-Doxime bureau chief at Dien Bien Phu. That young Americans were still to die in Vietnam only shows that it takes time for the echoes even of a total defeat to circle the globe. When asked by the Sunday Times to write about the most decisive battle in world history, Green chose Dien Bien Phu. Green visited Vietnam for the last time in 1955. Scheduled to meet Ho Chi Minh for an interview, but feeling a bit under the weather, he resorted to his customary cure, smoking a few pipes of opium. The pipes took away the sickness and gave me the energy to meet Ho Chi Minh at tea. Of those 4 winters which I passed in Indochina, opium has left the happiest memory. And, as it played an important part in the life of Fowler, my character in The Quiet American, I had a few memories from my journal concerning it. For I am reluctant to leave Indochina forever with only a novel to remember it by. Green's remark in Ways of Escape is followed by 11 pages describing his opium smoking, which began during his first visit to Vietnam in 1951. A French official took me after dinner to a small apartment in a back street. I could smell the opium as I came up the stairs. It was like the first sight of a beautiful woman with whom one realizes that a relationship is possible, somebody whose memory will not be dimmed by a night's sleep. Pham Xuan An was formally inducted into the Communist Party in 1953 at a ceremony in the U Minh Forest presided over by Lou Ducthel, a graduate of Polo Condor, though was in charge of the Southern resistance against the French. He would later spend 4 years negotiating with Henry Kissinger at the Paris peace talks. As head of security for the communist forces in the South, was An's boss. They asked me to join the Communist Party because I worked in a sensitive section and says, "If I hadn't joined, they wouldn't have trusted me." They explained all the measures they took for security reasons, and I had to study the resolutions of the party congresses. The Indo-Chinese Communist Party had been officially disbanded, but it continued to work underground. The communists feared the loss of popular support if they operated openly, so they carried out their activities in secret and had provisionally joined the party the preceding year during a ceremony in the jungle near Siuchi. There is a probationary period of 3 to 6 months for a worker to join the party, and explains, for a member of the middle class, a student, or someone who works for the government, the probationary period is at least a year before you move from alternate to become a full member of the party, and did his homework, reading party resolutions and the works of Marx and Engels. But he drew his real political lessons from Karl von Clausewitz, the 19th century Prussian general who fought Napoleon at Waterloo and then, as director of the Prussian War College, wrote his unfinished master, Peace on War. One found most compelling in Clausewitz is the idea of total war, which includes attacking the citizens and property of an enemy nation in every way possible, and often returned to this idea, explaining over and over again the importance of the idea of total war to Vietnamese strategy. To fight a strong opponent from a foreign country, you have to carry out a prolonged war, he says. You have to mobilize all the human beings and resources of your country toward one end, defeating this opponent. Faced with this general mobilization, the enemy will eventually conclude that carrying on its war is no longer profitable. It will decide on its own to withdraw. This is how you win. You do not defeat the enemy. You cannot defeat them. You are too weak, but by carrying out a prolonged war, you will eventually wear them down so that they leave of their own accord. The Chinese call this people's warfare. The Viet Minh learned it from the Chinese. They think the idea was invented by Mao Zedong, but it is actually a lesson from Clausewitz. I am surprised when it tells me that the Vietnamese never won the Vietnam War. No, the United States did not lose the war, he says. We were fighting what Clausewitz called total war, where the entire nation is mobilized to fight an aggressor. According to Clausewitz, this war ends only when the aggressor calculates that his gains will never outweigh his losses. At this point, he will pull out. This is the only way for a weak country to fight a strong power. The Chinese improvised on this idea, but Clausewitz is our real teacher. This is exactly what happened, and says, the Americans went away. That's all. We fought until the French left the cow and try. We fought until the Americans left, and then we overthrew the puppet regime. We didn't beat the enemy militarily. Even Dien Bien Phu was just one battle that the French lost in a much larger war. The Americans didn't lose the war in Vietnam. They withdrew. It wasn't even their war to lose. It was the war of their puppets. The Americans built the country. They were the kingmakers, but then it collapsed. It wasn't the fault of those who built the house that it collapsed. It was the fault of those who lived in it. After Anne's induction into the party, Le Duc, though, served tea and cakes. He made a little speech, saying that I was still a young man and that the war would soon be over. He knew the major powers were gathering to discuss arranging an armistice in Korea, and he thought the war in Vietnam would soon be solved as well. He knew the Americans were replacing the French, but he had no way of knowing that the Second Indochina War would last as long as it did. Following those speech, he asked the cadre to introduce and to marriageable women in the party. They would introduce me to several girls, and I would choose among them. Did he introduce you to any girls himself? And chuckles at the thought of Vietnam's future prime men. Is there functioning as a dating service? No, he ordered his men to do it. They did introduce me to girls, and I liked one of them. And says, before I can ask for her name, he launches into the story of another relationship. The first girl I loved was an 11-year-old classmate in Cano named Pauline Tadgett. She was a beautiful métisse whose father worked for the police. She joined the revolution. She was captured. Her father intervened to release her. After that, she lived with a man in a Rella tie-in ship organized by the revolution until he was killed in 1947 or 1948. At his funeral, Pauline insisted on draping over his coff, the revolutionary flag. The red flag with the big star in the middle. I asked him if he has any photos or documents recording the moment when he joined the party. No, you didn't sign anything, he says. There was just this small ceremony. That's why many people later on had no way of proving that they were members of the party. They had to go through the process all over again. My liaison officer, Nguyen Thi Ba, had to join the party 3 times, even though she had been working for the communists since she was a young girl of 18. When not serving him tea and cakes and introducing him to eligible girls, and communist handlers could be stern, they held 1 black mark against him. He was a landowner who collected rent from peasants, a petit bourgeois oppressor of the working class, as described by his Vietnamese biographers, and had 2 tails, both of which he had to chop off. You are a petit bourgeois guy, but one who in his blood wants to be a hero, who has a passion for the movies, so it's easy to botch the work. And handlers told him, the son of a petit bourgeois has a tail. That tail is a bourgeois lifestyle, an arrogant and condescending speech and behavior toward the people. Yes, especially poor people whom they call the lower class. Even if you're clever enough to hide it, sooner or later the tail will protrude. It's very disgusting. You must find a way to cut it off. After this lecture, and reported to the docks every day to eat lunch with the stevedores. This effort at worker solidarity was guided by the motto of the 3 togethers: eat together, work together, rest together, and thought he was making good progress, until one day he revealed the second tail to be chopped off, and punched a Frenchman in the nose. The lout was Abu's. Some workers went and grabbed him by the neck and flung him to the ground. Instead of being praised for revealing the tale of a patriot, he was chastised by the communists. An intelligence agent cannot be impatient and egoistic. It's not permissible to act like the boss defending his workers, having been charged with secret work in the bowels of the enemy. If you show an unwillingness to associate with colleagues, turn down bribes, refuse to go for drinks, or flirt with girls, how can you get anything done? Only a communist guy would be so riotous and determined. How can you fight if you show your tail like that? In spite of his freelance work at the post office for the Du Bureau, and was drafted in 1954 into the Armée Nationale Vietnamienne to avoid getting shot during the waning days of the French colonial war in Indochina. He played on the family connections by which business gets done in Vietnam. He asked his cousin, Captain Pham Xuan An, for help. He was the head of the family, and says of Jai, the eldest son of his father's elder brother. 8 years older than An, Jai was born in Hue, trained as a military officer by the French. He fought alongside Ho Chi Minh in 1945 and then switched sides the following year, going back to work for the French. Captain Jai was ambitious and smart, earning quick promotions as he moved through the ranks of the French intelligence services until he emerged as head of G5, the psychological warfare department of the Army General Staff. Jai made his cousin an adjutant, the highest-ranking non-commissioned officer, and put him to work at Army headquarters on the Rue Gallieni, near Cholon. This is where Colonel Edward Lansdale found him when he came to offer his services and money to Captain Jai. Lansdale a former advertising man and expert in psychological warfare, had been sent to run the CIA's covert operations in Vietnam. Officially arriving in Indochina soon after the French defeat at Dien Bien Phu, Lansdale found G5 and the rest of the old colonial military apparatus in shambles. The Southern forces were totally demoralized, with no idea what to do with themselves, until Lansdale and his innocuously titled Saigon military mission began turning Cochin China into a country called South Vietnam. Finding a promising student in the young Pham Xuan An, Lansdale and his colleagues began teaching him the tradecraft that he would employ for his next 50 years as a communist spy. "I'm a student of Sherman Kent," and says, referring to the Yale professor who helped found the CIA, including what today is called the Sherman Kent School for Intelligence Analysis. Strategic Intelligence. Kent wrote in his classic text Strategic Intelligence for American World Policy, 1949, is a repertorial job based on studying the personalities of world leaders. It must know of their character and ambitions, their opinions, their weaknesses, the influences which they can exert, and the influences before which they are frail. It must know of their friends and relatives and the political, economic, and social milieu in which they move. Pham Xuan An, the PSYOPs intelligence agent, was beginning to acquire the repertorial method that he would later employ so brilliantly as Pham Xuan An the Time correspondent. People usually have one career, while I had two: the job of following the revolution and the job of being a journalist, and told writer Nguyen Thi Ngoc Hai. These two professions were very contradictory, but also very similar. The intelligence job involves collecting information, analyzing it, and jealously keeping it secret, like a cat covering its droppings. The journalist, on the other hand, collects information, analyzes it, and then publishes it to the world. In addition to the writings of Sherman Kent, and was given Paul Linebarger's classic text, Psychological Warfare, 1948. "The communist magic is a strong, bad magic," writes Linebarger of the hostile operators at work in Psywar. Psychological strategy is planned along the edge of nightmare. As a quadruple agent who was moonlighting for France's Im Bureau while working for his cousin's indigenous Vietnamese intelligence organization and its CIA sponsor, and at the same time reporting to his communist handlers, and was beginning to live along the edge of his own personal nightmare. "I was never relaxed for a minute," he says. "Sooner or later as a spy, you'll be captured. I had to prepare myself to be tortured. This was my likely fate." It was scant solace that most of Ann's colleagues in G5 were in a similar predicament. The guy in the office who worked for the CIA was fighting against my cousin, who worked for the Im Bureau. They were keeping track of each other's activities, reporting back to their bosses on what was happening. But they were good friends. They played around all the time. This is the Vietnamese way, pure Vietnamese. We were thrown together like a bunch of crabs from the world's 5 oceans. When we weren't spying on each other, we smoked opium and played together as friends. That was just the way things worked. I had to compartmentalize. It was hard. First you do it by reflex, and then, after a long period of time, you become accustomed to it. I always had to be vigilant. My cousin, my boss, was pro-French, so I had to pretend to be on the French side while I was actually against the French. I was also against the interventionists, the Americans, while at the same time I was working for them. But you can't kill all the time. When the war was over, these were the people I would have to live with. Among this farrago of spies were 2 men who would become Ann's fast friends. Chow Jiao was a bespectacled man with a wispy goatee who worked for the communists. Nguyen Hung Vung, who had the caved-in face of an opium addict, worked for the CIA, and and his colleagues spent so much time together palling around town and sipping coffee on the Rue Catinat, that they came to be known as the Three Musketeers. They tipped each other jobs and information and remained loyal friends throughout Vietnam's numerous wars. In the beginning, and played little brother to his more experienced colleagues as they taught him what they knew about the business of spying. Born in 1917 into a Mandarin family south of Hanoi, where his father worked as an official in the French judiciary, Chow Jiao was irrepressible and brilliant. He had a rapier wit that spared no one's feelings. In turn, every political party that came to power in Vietnam would throw him in jail and torture him. He never recanted, never shaved the truth, up to the day he died in exile in Belgium in 1986. He belonged to an intellectual aristocracy, like a Renaissance courtier forced to flee from one principality to another, but always dawdling a bit too long at the cafe, lingering over one final story. One last joke. So that time and again he was captured by invading forces which always assumed he was on the wrong side. He was the kind of man who goes to jail all the time under any regime. Just go to jail, and says, laughing at the thought of poor Chow Jiao offending everybody. The first to throw him in jail were the French. Chow Jiao had allied himself with the Japanese when they invaded Vietnam. With their slogans about Greater Asia and Asia for the Asians, he thought they might hold the key to liberating his country. This was my first lost cause, he quipped. Chow Jiao then went to work for the communists. Among the crucial tips he gave them was advance notice of the Japanese coup d'état against the French. He was the only source for this information, and says he contributed a lot to the revolution, particularly under the Japanese occupation and the French. Nonetheless, when the communists come to power in the North, it was their turn to arrest Chow Jiao and torture him for having worked for the Japanese. Eventually, he fled to the South. Here Chow Jiao got in trouble with No Din Diem, another collaborator with the Japanese who had emerged as America's ally against the communists. On being released from Diem's torture chambers, Chow Jiao went to work for Newsweek. He was the inseparable twin of his fellow Vietnamese journalist at the time, but while the discreet and never got in trouble with anyone, Chow Jiao was a lightning rod for suffering. By 1978, he was being tortured again in Saigon's infamous Chi Hoa prison, this time for supposedly collaborating with the CIA. After 4 years in prison, including 13 months in solitary confinement, Chow Jiao was finally allowed to fly into exile. While Chow Jiao was a born storyteller whose round brown face was invariably animated with a smile, his colleague, the frail, stoop-shouldered Vong, spoke in a cadaverous whisper that made him sound as if he were trying to disappear from the space in front of you. He had a head full of straight, graying hair and the transparent, papery skin of an opiumane. Born in 1923 in Kunming, southern China, into a Vietnamese family who worked for the French. Vong was a brilliant student who passed his high school exams in Hanoi before going on to study medicine. In August 1945, after a brief stint as a censor, he left Vietnam for Hong Kong. Then he traveled to Thailand, where he became friends with Pham Xuan An's cousin. While Jai was attached to the Duxine Bureau, Vong was ING for the CIA, first in Thailand, Laos, and Hanoi, and then finally in Saigon, where Jai recruited him to work for G5. Vong, who worked for the CIA, was fighting against my cousin, who worked for the Duxine Bureau, and says they were keeping track of each other's activities, reporting back to their bosses on what was happening. But they were good friends who played around together. There is nothing wrong with that. Each one had his own responsibilities. I learned a lot of things from these people. No one ever suspected that I was working for the communists. I was so innocent and so open. Anything I didn't know, I would just ask about. Since no one had taught me about intelligence, I had to ask those who knew about it to teach me. From his cockpit at G5, and was getting a global introduction to PSYOPs. They had borrowed from the British and the French various ideas about counterinsurgency warfare. He says, from the British, they relied mainly on the ideas of Sir Robert Thompson and his experience in Malaya. From the French, they relied on the ideas of Colonel Roger Trinquier, an expert in counterinsurgency warfare, first in Vietnam and then in Algeria. He had been a professor at a high school in France, and then in World War II, he became a military man. Trinquier was the first person to work out a plan for fighting the war in Indochina. He is the key to understanding the French strategy of counterinsurgency. His ideas were later adopted by the Americans. You should read Trinquier if you want to understand what we were doing back then. Born in 1908 in the French Alps and trained as a school teacher, Trinquier got his start in 1934 as a young military of FISER fighting Vietnamese pirates and opium smugglers in the wild territory known as the Land of 100,000 Mountains, which straddles the Chinese-Vietnamese border. He was imprisoned by the Japanese during World War II. After the war, Trinquier devoted the next 15 years of his military career to fighting wars of independence, first in Vietnam and then in Algeria. According to Trinquier, revolutionaries prevail not because they win their wars, but because the politicians sell out the military at precisely the moment when it is winning the war. If this complaint sounds familiar, it would become the leitmotif for many American military men who embraced this view after their own failure in Vietnam. In the late 1940s, Trinquier was assigned what Bernard Fall calls the difficult task of clearing Viet Minh elements out of the swamps and rice paddies surrounding Saigon. Trinquier was later put in charge of arming Vietnamese Montag, Nards, and other tribal groups who would be parachuted clandestinely behind enemy lines, supplied by the Americans, who greatly admired this industrious soldier and his secret operation. Major Trinquier had as many as 30,000 men under his command when the regrettable Dien Bien Phu incident, as he calls it, put an end to the First Indochina War. The Americans pulled the plug on Trinquier's clandestine forces, and many of his 20,000 troops were ferreted out by the communists and killed. During the Vietnam fighting, Trinquier developed his theory of modern warfare. According to him, Vietnam's revolutionary conflict was the world's first modern war because it involved a battle for the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese people. Winning the allegiance of the civilian population was a military objective as great as winning set-piece battles. A revolutionary force seeking to prevail in modern warfare will employ an interlocking system of actions, political, economic, psychological, military, that aims at the overthrow of the established authority in a country and its replacement by another regime. Given the totality of these methods, an army trying to suppress a revolutionary force must adopt its own panoply of modern techniques. It will operate with small, mobile teams of commandos and clandestine forces. It will employ torture. It will force the relocation of civilian populations into armed camps and employ terror and other techniques developed in the increasingly effective domain known as psychological warfare. When they arrived in Vietnam to take over the French War, the Americans, often unknowingly, reinvented all of Trinquier's methods, thinking themselves great innovators in fighting the Vietnamese revolutionaries. They were actually latter-day Trinquier's duplicating all of his methods for fighting a modern war with no better luck. The Americans developed the Green Berets and other special forces operating with small, mobile teams of commandos. They employed torture and terror, most notably the Phoenix program, which cultivated informants and assassinated 50,000 suspected communist sympathizers. They adopted wholesale the forced relocation of the Vietnamese population into armed camps, first known as Aggravilles and then called strategic hamlets. Finally, they employed with gusto the psychological warfare methods designed to win the hearts and minds of the civilian population, whose allegiance would be the ultimate weapon in this people's war. When asked to comment on his wartime reporting in Vietnam, David Halberstam remarked to British journalist Philip Knightley, "The problem was trying to cover something every day as news when in fact the real key was that it was all derivative of the French Indochina War, which is history. So you really should have had a third paragraph in each story which should have said, all of this is shit and none of this means anything because we are in the same footsteps as the French and we are prisoners of their experience." In the spring of 1971, historian Alfred McCoy interviewed Trinquier and his superior officer, General Maurice Bellix, for Mayor Chief of French Intelligence for Indochina. McCoy at the time was traveling around the world researching his classic text The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia, published in 1972 with a revised edition, The Politics of Heroin. CIA Complicity in the Global Drug Trade, published in 1991. By 1950 to 1951, younger, innovative French officers had abandoned the conventional war tactics that essentially visualized Indochina as a depopulated staging ground for fortified lines, massive sweeps, and flanking maneuvers, writes McCoy. Instead, Indochina became a vast chessboard where hill tribes, bandits, and religious minorities could be used as pawns to hold strategic territories and prevent Viet Minh infiltration. Trinquier was given a large expanse of territory in which to experiment with these new ideas. Operating along the Annamite Cordillera, mountains which stretch from central Vietnam to the Chinese border, Trinquier recruited and trained more than 30,000 tribal mercenaries, who busied themselves at attacking Viet Minh supply lines and aiding the French military effort. This included cultivating poppies in Laos and converting them into heroin, the lucrative business French intelligence services used to support themselves, since it had no strategic value, save as a way station between the coast and Trinquier's inland empire. Dien Bien Phu was another component in Trinquier's strategy. Hmong opium cultivators produced a substantial crop of raw opium in the hills around Dien Bien Phu, and the fort was supposed to keep Laos from falling into the hands of the Viet Minh, as recounted by Bellix and Trinquier in their interviews with McCoy. Trinquier financed his operation by having French paratroopers fly raw poppy sap from Laos to Vung Tau, then known as Cap Saint-Jacques, where it was transported to Saigon. Here the Bin Shuyan River pirates, who controlled the city's police department and opium dens, transformed the raw poppy sap into a smokable product. The proceeds from this operation were split between the pirates, France's Duxiembu Row, and Trinquier's supplementary forces in the mountains. Graham Greene wrote extensively about Dien Bien Phu because he considered it the most decisive battle in modern history. But there was one thing about the battle he never understood. What remains a mystery to this day, Greene wrote in 1980, is why the battle was ever fought at all. Why 12 battalions of the French army were committed to the defense of an armed camp situated in a hopeless geographical terrain. Hopeless for defense and hopeless for the second objective, since the camp was intended to be the base of offensive operations. For this purpose, a squadron of 10 tanks was assembled there, the components dropped by parachute. A Mission of inquiry was appointed in Paris after the defeat, but no conclusion was ever reached. The mystery was solved only when Trinquier and Bellix revealed the importance of the heroin trade in financing the French army in Indochina, which in turn dictated the position of Dien Bien Phu and its strategic significance. After Vietnam, Trinquier directed the French torture campaign during the Battle of Algiers. He went on to organize mercenary armies in the Congo, and then retired to write his widely read military manuals on counterinsurgency, which recommend calculated acts of sabotage and terrorism. If Trinquier's use of drugs to finance military operations was one strategy later adopted by the CIA, his embrace of torture as an effective tool in counterinsurgency was another practice that came to be widely employed in Vietnam. Pham Xuan An eventually found himself engaged in every aspect of Trinquier's program. While working for his cousin at G5, he became an expert in counterinsurgency. Later he got involved in laundering drug money for Vietnamese intelligence, and he faced throughout his life the constant fear of being unmasked and tortured. He would either be implementing Trinquier's program or falling victim to it. Brain graft. After the French defeat at Dien Bien Phu, the task of turning the old colonial entities of Annam and Cochin China into a country called the Republic of Vietnam, or South Vietnam, as it was popularly known during the 20 years of its brief existence, fell to the creative genius of Edward Lansdale. This was a plum assignment for the harmonica-playing, home-spun hero of American counterinsurgency. To create a nation where none had previously existed was like Picasso facing a blank canvas. Lansdale would have to employ all the skills of modern salesmanship he had learned while launching new products at a San Francisco ad agency. Lansdale had been handling accounts for Wells Fargo Bank, Union Trust, Nescafé, Italian Swiss Colony Wine, and Levi Strauss. He designed their first national campaign to sell blue jeans across the United States when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. He enlisted at the age of 35 as a lieutenant in the Army's Military Intelligence Service in San Francisco, working for William J. Wild Bill Donovan's Office of Strategic Services, OSS. Precursor to the 75 CIA, Lansdale began doing double duty as military officer and spy. A decade after enlisting, Lansdale was in the Philippines masterminding his first regime change, cultivating a CIA-friendly candidate, Ramon Magsaysay, and engineering his election to the presidency. Lansdale's management of this campaign was a public relations triumph. Nationalists represent a wide spectrum of political beliefs who opposed U.S. strategy were transformed into communist rebels who could be hunted down and dispatched with impunity. In Vietnam, which Lansdale visited perhaps as early as 1950, he was charged with working the same magic he had brought to the Philippines. Traveling undercover, he made a 6-week investigative tour of Indochina in June and July 1953. A year later, he arrived officially in Vietnam as assistant air attaché. Colonel Lansdale was nominally working for the Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAG, under General John Iron Mike O'Daniel, who was helping the French create a Vietnamese army. Unhappy with the Americans who were moving into town, the French had given O'Daniel a former Japanese military whorehouse in Cholin as his headquarters. A shed in the court yard with a dirt floor and folding chairs lit by 2 bare bulbs dangling from the ceiling served as Lansdale's office. Here he began creating the Training Relations Instruction Mission, TRIM, whose job was to rush loyalist troops into parts of the country that were being given up by the Viet Minh. After the signing of the Geneva Accords, Vietnam was temporarily divided at the 17th parallel, with each side retreating north and south of the line. until national elections could be held to reunite the country. These elections, scheduled for 1956, never took place. There was too little amity in trim for me. Lansdale writes in his autobiography, In the Midst of Wars, An American Mission in Southeast Asia, 1972. Trim's French chief of staff, who was nominally Lansdale's boss, refused to speak to him. The officer placed his adjutant between himself and Lansdale, and even when they were talking in English, he insisted on having their conversation translated. They had a psychotic suspicion of everything I did, Lansdale said of his French colleagues. Assembled from various intelligence services, they spent their days eavesdropping on his telephone conversations and writing reports on his activities, never afraid to play the village idiot. Lansdale took his revenge by poking fun at the French chief of staff. Whenever they met at a social event, Lansdale would drape his arm over the man's shoulder and drawl in a grating American twang. This guy is my buddy. You treat him right, you hear? Forbidden by the French from getting involved in the important business of the general staff. G1, administration, G2, intelligence, G3, operations, and G4, quartermaster. Lansdale was left with G5, civil affairs. This involved both white and black operations, ranging from propaganda to covert activity, including sabotage and assassination. There was a large headquarters staff, 3 armed propaganda companies in the field, a staff of artists and writers, a radio unit broadcasting daily programs to the troops from the government radio station in Saigon, access to major printing facilities and combat cyber equipment, such as portable sets for voice amplification of a quality far superior to anything I had known, Lansdale writes in his autobiography. What was lacking, fundamentally, was a real purpose to which all this talented manpower and fine equipment could be directed. G5 had a heavy political handicap, says Lansdale, owing to the fact that Vietnamese in uniform were teamed with the soldiers of French colonial forces, fighting a communist enemy amongst a population yearning for independence from France. In other words, South Vietnam's Psy-War operations were directed toward maintaining France's colonial power in Indochina. I started an educational effort with the French staff officers I had met, Lansdale says. They found my ideas alien and suggested laughingly that I take up smoking opium instead. This suggestion was only half in jest. During his undercover tour of Indochina, Lansdale had discovered that General Solon, commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Corps, was financing French military operations by selling opium from the Laotian highlands. We don't want you to open up this keg of worms, since it will be a major embarrassment to a friendly government. So drop your investigation, Lansdale was told when he reported the news to Washington. As 1954 ended, the rhetoric said that Vietnam was an independent nation. Writes Lansdale in his autobiography. There still was a large French Expeditionary Corps present in the country. However, and there still were many Frenchmen throughout the Vietnamese civil and military establishments, although most of them were stepping down from positions of executive authority to assume the role of advisors. The French presence was evident and heavy. At most, Vietnamese officials were getting sniffs, not deep breaths, of the air of freedom and independence. Lansdale, in a rather poetic passage, tries to describe the true Vietnam behind the colonial facade. I am not certain if he ever visited the house of Psy-War officer Pham Xuan An, but the description sounds remarkably like the neighborhood wherein lived in a 2-room house located between Chinatown and Saigon's Central Market. Behind the facade of French Provençal buildings and colonial life on the main thoroughfares of the Saigon-Cholon metropolitan area lay the real city, a densely packed complex of Vietnamese hamlets. It was almost like a conjuring trick. Down alleys and byways past the concrete and stucco office buildings, shops, and villas, there were the hidden hamlets, throbbing with an intense life of their own, without sands of people crowded into wooden dwellings along a block or 2 of dirt lanes. A total of perhaps 1 million people inhabit these hamlets in Saigon-Cholon, out of the sight and ken of those on the paved thoroughfares. Few foreigners, except for groups of police, ever visited these hamlets. They made up a nearly secret city of timeless Vietnamese ways within a surface city that had taken to foreign modes. America's first glimpse of the real nature of Lansdale's activities in Vietnam came when his former deputy, Daniel Ellsberg, released the Pentagon Papers, the top-secret history of United States decision-making on Vietnam, completed in 1969. Ellsberg copied 43 of its 47 volumes and leaked them to the New York Times and other newspapers in 1971. Lansdale had 2 official postings to Vietnam, a 2-year tour beginning in 1954 and another 2-year stint from 1965 to 1967. In between, he directed the CIA's effort to assassinate Cuban President Fidel Castro. Ellsberg served as Lansdale's assistant in Vietnam for a year and a half, beginning in the summer of 1965. A swashbuckling hawk with a death wish, Ellsberg loved to carry a machine gun into the field and play weekend warrior. His transformation into an anti-war activist came later. Included in the Pentagon Papers is a document entitled Lansdale Team's Report on Covert Saigon Mission in 1954 and 1955. This anonymously authored report on Lansdale's Saigon military mission, SMM, presents itself as the condensed AC count of 1 year in the operation of a Cold War combat team. The SMM was to enter into Vietnam quietly and assist the Vietnamese, rather than the French, in unconventional warfare. The French were to be kept as friendly allies in the process. As far as possible, the broad mission for the team was to undertake paramilitary operations against the enemy and to wage political psychological warfare. In taking actions for delayed sabotage of the railroad, which required teamwork with a CIA special technical team in Japan who performed their part brilliantly, and in writing detailed notes of potential targets for future paramilitary operations. These plans to blow up power plants, oil storage facilities, harbors, and bridges were unfortunately curtailed, laments Lansdale, because of U.S. adherence to the Geneva Agreement, which ended the First Indochina War, with an attempt at James Bondian flair. The Lansdale report describes the exploits of Lucien Black Luigi Conian and his SMM operatives in Hanoi, who had a bad moment when contaminating the oil used to run the city's buses. They had to work quickly at night in an enclosed storage room. Fumes from the contaminant came close to knocking them out. Dizzy and weak-kneed, they masked their faces with handkerchiefs and completed the job. By 1955, Lou Conian was training paramilitary saboteurs in the Philippines and landing them on the shores of North Vietnam. The CIA launched a parallel effort with agents trained on Saipan Island. The infiltrators carried weapons, radios, and gold, a lot of gold, with an estimated value close to $1 million. With only a handful of exceptions, every agent who landed in the North was captured immediately on hitting the ground. Worse yet, many captured agents, without Lansdale or the CIA knowing that they had been captured, started broadcasting disinformation back to the South. What Lansdale had begun as part of his Cold War combat mission was taken over in 1964 by the U.S. military in expanded. When the Vietnam War ended in 1975, 500 captured agents were incarcerated in North Vietnamese prisons, where they were left to rot for the next decade. They must have had someone on the inside to roll up the entire net, work the way they did, all at one time, Conian told an interviewer in 1995. He wondered if a mole or spy had tipped them off, with the most likely candidate being Conian's good friend Pham Xuan An. Among Lansdale's less heroic feats was the organization of a small English-language class conducted for mistresses of important personages. His students included the favorite mistress of the Army Chief of Staff. Lansdale tried to destroy Vietnam's largest printing press, which had fallen into the hands of the communists in the North, and he conducted Black Psy war strikes, which included printing fake government decrees to be distributed in the North. He was particularly proud of the work done by Vietnamese astrologers, who were hired to predict disasters for the communists and good omens for the South. When his work as a wrecker became hampered by political constraints, Lansdale engineered another covert operation in which he blanketed the North with propaganda, saying Christ has gone to the South and the Virgin Mary has departed from the North. One leaflet showed Hanoi at the center of three concentric rings of nuclear destruction. Operation Passage to Free. Dom worked so well in convincing Catholics that they were in imminent danger that 800,000 refugees fled from North to South Vietnam on American ships and airplanes. The South had a population at the time of 17 million people, mainly peasant rice farmers and plantation workers. This huge influx of Catholic refugees provided the newly formed government of South Vietnam, which was run by a Catholic, with apparatchiks who quickly installed themselves as overseers and INF ornaments in the predominantly Buddhist South. Over half the high officials in the Diem government were Catholic, in a country that was 90% Buddhist. Loyal to the Americans who had saved them from the communists, these refugees from the North were the perfect material for shaping into the new citizens of a new country. Lansdale had finally found his third force, and it was not Chow Dai, but Catholic. The refugees flowing out of North Vietnam were also useful for highlighting communist perfidy. Aiding Lansdale in this task was Navy Medical Officer Tom Dooley, who was assigned to one of the U.S. military ships that ferried refugees from the Gulf of Tonkin south to Da Nang. Dooley's book about the Catholic Exodus, Deliver Us from Evil, 1956, was a bestseller. The NG Doctor and his humanitarian exploits located Vietnam on a new world map for millions of Americans, says James Fisher, Dooley's biographer. With Lansdale's assistance, Dooley went on to write other bestsellers about life in Indochina, which paved the way for America's military engagement in Southeast Asia. Later, when Dooley was being vetted for Catholic sainthood, it was discovered that he was a closeted homosexual and literary fraud whose books were heavily edited, if not ghostwritten, by the CIA. After his success in generating Catholic refugees, Lansdale turned to consolidating the power of No Din Diem, the roly-poly 53-year-old bachelor who had been named prime minister in the post-war government of Emperor Bao Dai. Born in 1901, Jean-Baptiste No Din Diem was a Catholic Mandarin who had become a provincial governor at the age of 25. After brief service as interior minister in one of Bao Dai's pro-French cabinets, he resigned from the government, accusing the emperor of being a tool of the French. He collaborated with the Japanese during World War II and was imprisoned by Ho Chi Minh for 6 months before going into exile. In 1950, he traveled to the United States, where he spent 2 years living in Maryknoll seminaries in Lakewood, New Jersey, and Ossining, New York. Diem was residing in a Benedictine monastery in Belgium when the United States pressured Bao Dai to call him back to Vietnam. Lansdale protected Diem from 2 coup attempts before organizing his first successful military campaign, the Battle of the Sects, an attack on the Hoa Hao, Chow Dai, and Bin Shuyen private armies. Since the Bin Shuyen River pirates were financing the French colonial administration, which included a monthly check to Bao Dai, the Battle of the Sects was in fact a battle against the French. The French had struck their deal with Bay Vien, the Bin Shuyen chief, out of necessity because without him they had neither the money nor the men to regain control of Vietnam after World War II. Bay Vien was indifferent into whether he supported the French or the Viet Minh, and he was a communist before he was a capitalist, but the latter cut him a better deal. While collecting insurance payments of $2,600 a day from Saigon's Grand Mon Casino, the Bin Shuyen by 1947 had an army of 10,000 men organized into 7 full regiments, making it the largest Viet Minh force in Cochin China. This same year, the Viet Minh launched a wave of terror attacks against the French. Although Bay Vien initially supported the Viet Minh, by 1948 he had swung over to the French side, which allowed him to expand his lucrative hold on Saigon's drug traffic, gambling dens, and houses of prostitution. Bay Vien's link with the Duxim Bureau was more than financial. The Bin Shuyan was so adept at gathering intelligence through a block-by-block network of informants that Diem's secret police later adopted this system themselves. To root the Viet Minh out of Saigon and secure the city from terrorist attacks, the French were obliged to turn over more and more territory and an increasing number of government funk tie-ins to the Bin Shuyan. Saigon became Bay Vien's personal fiefdom. Elevated by Bao Dai to the rank of general, he opened the Hall of Mirrors, the largest brothel in Asia, with 1,200 employees. He ran the Grand Casino in Cholin and the equally profitable Cloche d'Or in Saigon, and he controlled hundreds of opium dens in Saigon and Cholin, with a percentage of their profits being paid yearly to Emperor Bao Dai. Vien's lieutenant was named Director General of the Police in the capital region, which stretched 60 miles from Saigon out to the coastal resort at Cap Saint-Jacques. Bay Vien's commercial contacts in France were key to his success. The unchallenged leader of Saigon's Corsican underworld was the respected mayor, Chant Matthew Franchini, says historian Alfred McCoy, owner of the exclusive Continental Palace Hotel. Franchini controlled most of Saigon's opium exports to Marseille. He also managed the opium and gambling profits of the Bin Shuyan as their investment counselor. The Bin Shuyan remained in power until Lansdale and Diem succeeded in chasing them back to the forest of the Assassins. From April 28 to May 3, 1955, the Vietnamese army fought the pirate forces house to house for control of Saigon. More troops were involved in this battle than in the Tet Offensive of 1968. And the fighting was almost as destructive, says McCoy. 500 people were killed, 2,000 wounded, and another 20,000 were left homeless. This battle was a war by proxy. The Bin Shuyan and Diem's army were stand-ins, mere pawns, in a power struggle between the French Duxim Bureau and the American CIA, writes McCoy. One client army was fighting another as the First Indochina War shaded into the second. In the official version of the story, a valiant Diem, whom Dwight Eisenhower called the George Washington of Vietnam, fought a heroic battle against the Sex and Van, K-ish them in combat. Later it was revealed that Lansdale had bought off the Sex with more than $12 million in CIA money, which allowed their leaders to retire happily to the French Riviera. Lansdale, when asked about these funds, called them back pay. One of Lansdale's former assistants, Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, maintains that the money also bought a lot of political theater, with Lansdale scripting battles to produce fake combat scenes. Philippe Franchini, son of Matthew, former investment counselor to the Bin Shuyan, remembers meeting Bay Vien in Paris several years after Diem's war against the sections. The young Philippe accompanied his father to Fouquet's on the Champs-Élysées for an afternoon apéritif with Vien, who showed up at this fancy cafe with a tiger on a leash. He was a bit of a clown, says Philippe, but while you were laughing at his jokes and amused by his fabulous stories, you still knew that he was capable of killing you if he wanted to. Lansdale's next move was to engineer an election victory for Diem, supposedly a puppet for American interests. Diem never moved his arms the way the Americans intended. In this important PSYOPs lesson on how to rig an election, he got carried away. In October 1955, the South Vietnamese were supposed to vote for Bao Dai or Diem. Lansdale arranged for the election to be conducted with colored ballots. Red, which in Vietnam signifies good luck for Diem, and green, which signifies bad fortune for Bao Dai. After adding a stiff dose of vote rigging and intimidation, Diem announced that he had won the election with 98.2% of the vote. So began the history of the democratic, freedom-loving country of South Vietnam, whose interests the United States would selflessly defend during the next 20 years of its stillborn existence. Diem set up a dynastic dictatorship oriented toward enriching his family and rewarding fellow Catholics with jobs. His younger brother, Ngo Dinh Can, ruled central Vietnam as a feudal warlord. Ngo Dinh Thuc, a Catholic archbishop, ran the family's rubber and timber estates. Ngo Dinh Lien was AP appointed ambassador to Great Britain, while Diem's fourth brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu, controlled the secret police and Diem's private political party. Ngu's wife, Tran Le Chien, served as South Vietnam's first lady. And under her beautiful but austere gaze, the country outlawed divorce and abortion and made the wearing of ao dais, the traditional Vietnamese costume, mandatory. The 1954 Geneva Conference, which had temporarily divided Vietnam along the 17th parallel, called for a general election to reunite the country in 1956. With Ho Chi Minh set to win this election, Diem invented reasons for Can sealing the vote and set about arresting his opponents. Communists and socialists were scooped up along with journalists, trade unionists, and Buddhists, until 100,000 PLE were thrown in prison camps. Without U.S. support, Diem almost certainly could not have consolidated his hold on the South during 1955 and 1956. South Vietnam could not have refused to even discuss the elections called for in 1956 under the Geneva Settlement without being immediately overrun by the Viet Minh armies. Without U.S. aid in the years follow, the Diem regime certainly, and an independent South Vietnam almost as certainly, could not have survived. In brief, South Vietnam was essentially the creation of the United States. Lansdale was very successful in the beginning, but the Americans made a mistake, and says. They set up Ngo Dinh Diem and a centralized government. They got rid of all the private armies which had been created by the French to help them. The Hoa, Hao, the Chow Dai, the Bin Shuyen. Lansdale eliminated all of them in a very short period from 1955 to 1956. Diem turned himself from a prime minister into a president and continued building up a symbolic government. A supposedly democratic government, patterned on the American government. This is when they considered that Lansdale's job was over. Unfortunately for the Americans, they didn't allow Lansdale's people to continue their work. When Diem and his family veered toward nepotism, the Americans found out too late. What the Americans also failed to realize was the way Diem played into the hands of the communists. This is why Pham Xuan An advised his colleagues not to topple Diem or work too hard at destabilizing his government. Having grown up in Colorado, Nile, Vietnam, and realized the effectiveness of the French administration, it was corrupt, but it worked. It spread a fine-grained network of spies over South Vietnam. It played to people's foibles and self-interest. It was lascivious and cynical, but it was also attuned to the social mores of Vietnamese society. By dispersing power from the central government to the sects, the French had created fiefdoms which the communists would have had a hard time dislodging. Opposed to this was the American approach to ruling South Vietnam. It consolidated power in a presidential dictator. It created an authoritarian regime which was so tone-deaf to the mores of Vietnamese society that it worked as a huge recruit program for the communists. It generated revolutionaries by the thousands, as Vietnamese peasants were uprooted from their native villages and thrown into forced labor camps. It laid down roads and built up a magnificent network of centralized state control, which the North Vietnamese, if they bided their time, could incorporate into their own authoritarian regime. The communists were not ready to take over, and says, we needed Diem to push people into the revolution. From this perspective, Lansdale was a great, if unwitting, friend to the communists. Lansdale came to Asia as the mastermind of America's strategy of unconventional warfare, and says, he was the kingmaker. He made Diem president of Vietnam. He was in charge not only of American counterinsurgency, but of everything in Vietnam. Military affairs, politics, intelligence. They were all run by Lansdale's Saigon mission. He had a lot of experts to help him, like Lou Conian and Rufus Phillips. He recruited World War II veterans and young people. They knew how to do it. Lansdale was excellent, really excellent, when asked to evaluate the world's most successful spies, and would never rank himself as high as Lansdale, and distinguish between offensive and defensive spies. Offensive spies work in enemy territory. They form strategic alliances and reconfigure world maps. Defensive spies operate in a NAR, rower field. Even if they cross enemy lines, their goals are conservative and limited. I had a keen appreciation for Lansdale's brilliance. He felt as if he were studying at the feet of a master. But the two men also shared jokes and stories and got on mousely well with each other. I met Lansdale quite often, and says, those were very cheerful days. As he traveled around Saigon, Lansdale was accompanied by a large black poodle, but it was the German Shepherd breed that came to be associated with him. Lansdale explained to me about dogs and says, you have to watch the behavior of your dog. They live by instinct. You have to learn to observe what your dog is telling you. He will show you if you have to be island of your guest. Your dog can protect you. Lansdale gave me good advice. Alden Pyle, the CIA protagonist in The Quiet American, also travels around Saigon with a dog at his side. The footprints of Pyle's dog, imprinted in the wet cement in front of British nailless Thomas Fowler's apartment, implicate the journalist in Pyle's death. In this case, the dog fails to save his master, but he fingers his murderer. Soon after Lansdale left Vietnam, I went to the dog market and says, I saw a beautiful German Shepherd for sale. The man who was selling it said, this is the dog of Mr. Lansdale, Chief of Intelligence, who has just left the country. This is a very intelligent dog. I walked around the corner and saw another German Shepherd for sale. This is Lansdale's dog, said the owner. That day, every German Shepherd in the market was Lansdale's dog, and you were supposed to pay more because it was so intelligent. After that, there wasn't a German Shepherd in Vietnam that hadn't formerly belonged to Lansdale. From Lansdale, and acquired the practice of traveling around Saigon accompanied by a dog. He kept a German Shepherd nest, pled at his feet in Café Givril, or healing on the terrace at the Continental Hotel. As he drove through town in his little green Renault, his dog sat upright in the passenger seat looking out on the road. Most importantly, his dog guarded his house at night while he worked in his darkroom, copying documents and writing reports in secret ink. He would growl softly when he heard a patrol moving through the neighborhood. He was very good at warning me in advance when danger was approaching. One day, when their paths crossed, Lansdale mentioned, too, and that he was headed to California on leave and asked if he wanted anything from the United States. I mentioned one gift that would be very special, but also very hard to obtain. It would require Lansdale's swimming with the seals off the California coast. Oh yeah, Lansdale said, beginning to smile. You cut off the testicles of a male seal and put them in a jar full of whiskey, said, and I need an aphrodisiac. I am weak in this area, and this is a very good one. And guffaws on remembering his conversation with Lansdale about seal testicles, and was versed in astrology and folk medicine, the training of dogs and fighting cocks, the breeding of birds and fish. His knowledge of aphrodisiacs and domestic lore provided the subject matter for his jokes. It made him intimate with everyone. These were the amusing diversions of his life, while at the same time, they were his methodology. He had mastered the art of putting someone like Lansdale at ease while joking about his personal foibles. Daniel Ellsberg used to say that there were 3 Lansdales, different personas he donned for different audiences. The first was the Lansdale who was reputed to have a magical touch with foreigners. What I saw him do with the Vietnamese, and I learned from him, was to listen to them instead of lecturing or talking down to them, as most Americans did. He treated them respectfully, as though they were adults worthy of his attention. Lansdale coached his Asian clients through public appearances. He wrote their speeches and organized their schedules. When President Diem presented Tom Dooley with Vietnam's highest civilian award, the event was scripted by Lansdale, with Diem doing nothing more than ing the line for a photo opportunity. The second Lansdale who dealt with American bureaucrats often came across as a kind of idiot, a guy with crazy ideas, naive and simplistic. He was not at all afraid to appear plummeted to anyone he did not want to reveal himself to, which was 99 out of 100 people. to journalists. Other than a couple he was close to, like Robert Chaplin of The New Yorker, he was very guarded and careful about what he told them, to put them off. He spoke in the most basic terms about democracy and Vietnamese traditions. Then there was the third Lansdale you saw only if you were on his team or worked with him closely. After giving a jour, nailist his hayseed routine, he would join us, and his mood would change immediately. He would present an analysis of a situation that was filled with shrewd and perceptive, even cynical detail about who was doing what to whom. A less flattering view of Lansdale is provided by another Mayor Aide, Air Force Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty. As chief of SPE-style operations at the Pentagon from 1955 to 1964, Prouty was the Defense Department official who provided military support for CIA covert operations around the world. This included the counterinsurgency warfare that Lansdale was conducting in Vietnam. When Lansdale moved from Vietnam back to Washington, Prouty served on his staff. Prouty ended his career with a dark view of CIA malevolence, which he saw as a corrupting influence in American life. Prouty was advisor to Oliver Stone when he filmed his conspiracy-laden movie JFK, and he makes a fictional appearance in the film as Man X, the military insider who knows where the bodies are buried. According to Prouty, the Vietnam War was a clandestine CIA operation run out of the agency's black budget until it got too big and the Marines were forced to hit the beach in 1965. From 1945 through the crucial years of 1954 and 1955 and on in 1964, almost everything that was done in South Vietnam, including even a strong role in the selection of generals and ambassadors, was the action of the CIA, with the DoD playing a supporting role and the Department of State almost in total eclipse. Prouty describes how Lansdale met with the Chow Dai warlord Trinh Minh in his mountain hideout. He enlisted the S support by making him a brigadier general in the Vietnamese army and depositing in his church collection box a cool $3,600,000. Prouty ends by characterizing his former boss as the leader of a band of super terrorists. Lansdale was the model for Colonel Edwin Barnum Hill Landale in The Ugly American, 1958, and for Colonel Lionel Terryman in Jean Lardeguy's Le Mal Jaune, Yellow Fever, 1965. Most people mistake Lansdale as the model for another FIC title character, Alden Pyle, in The Quiet American. Graham Greene steadfastly maintained that Pyle was not based on Lansdale. But Lansdale, with the flair of an advertising man who knows that there is no such thing as bad publicity, succeeded in claiming the role as his own. He wrote himself into Hollywood director Joseph Mankiewicz's film script of The Quiet American, and he helped produce what Greene considered an act of cinematic treachery. After buying film rights to The Quiet American, Mankiewicz visited Vietnam in 1956 to scout locations. He met Lansdale in Saigon and solicited his advice on the script. The U.S. State Department denied Mankiewicz permission to film in Vietnam on the grounds that Graham Greene was a suspected communist, and only after Lansdale intervened and began shaping the movie to his own ends did the project get approved. As the script progressed, Mankiewicz wrote to Lansdale, inquiring about the explosion in front of the Continental Hotel on January 9, 1952. Lansdale said the blast was caused by 20 kilos of French melinite, plastique, placed in the trunk of a CT, Rhone 15 CV, and detonated by a timing device. The bomb killed a dozen people and wounded twice that many. It would have killed scores more, but its intended target, a parade of French troops being rotated back to France, had been canceled. Lansdale confirmed that the bombing was the work of General the Chow Dai commander. They got his melinite from the French Expeditionary Corps, which organized and equipped Vietnam's private armies, said Lansdale. Greene maintained that they got his explosives from the Americans, which seems a more likely story, since his intended target was a parade of French soldiers. In another version of the story, which Lansdale tells Mankiewicz in a postscript to his letter, General that had picked up a couple of dud bombs dropped on him by the French and wired them into the gas tanks of 2 stolen cars. Although General the claimed credit for the bombing in a radio broadcast, the communists were blamed for it. I doubt if more than 1 or 2 Vietnamese now alive know the real truth of the matter. And they certainly aren't going to tell it to anyone, even a quiet American, Lansdale wrote to Mankiewicz. The French and others have put reports together and have concluded that they did it. Since General Lee is quite a national hero for his fight against the Bin Shuyan in 1955. And in keeping with your treatment of this actually having been a communist action, I'd suggest that you just go right ahead and let it be finally revealed that the communists did it after all, even if faking the radio broadcast, which would have been easy to do, with its American protagonist, played by war hero Audie Murphy, portrayed as a good guy fighting communist per Fighty. Mankiewicz's film had one huge fan, Edward Lansdale. On the day he saw it, Lansdale dashed off a note to President DM, telling him that the movie offered an excellent change for Mr. Green's novel of despair, one that would win more friends for you and Vietnam in many places in the world where it is shown, in spite of the CIA's efforts to promote it. The film was a commercial and critical flop. It did succeed, though, in associating Lansdale with Green's novel, a confusion he was glad to cultivate or reveal, as Lansdale would say. Green called the movie a complete travesty and a real piece of political dishonesty. He later wrote, "One could believe that the film was made deliberately to attack the book and its author. But the book was based on a closer knowledge of the Indochina War than the American possessed, and I am vain enough to believe that the book will survive a few years longer than Mr. Mankiewicz's incoherent picture." Green and Lansdale met only once, as recounted by Lansdale in a conversation with his biographer Cecil Curry. Green and a group of French military officers were installed on the terrace of the Continental Hotel, sipping their afternoon cocktails, when Lansdale drove up and parked in front of the hotel. As Lansdale entered the Continental, Green and the French men seated around him, estimated by Lansdale to number between 30 and 50, began booing him. Green leaned over to make a remark to Peg Durden, the New York Times correspondent who was seated next to him. According to Lansdale, Peg stuck out her tongue at him and said to him, "But we love him, Lansdale." Then she turned around and gave me a big hug and kiss. I said, "Well, I'm going to get written up some place as a dirty dog." So I guess I made his book. I had a French poodle at the time, and he was with me, in the car with me, and they commented about the dog. Green said the dog he had in mind belonged to René de Berville, editor of France AC in Saigon. The Quiet American is dedicated to Berville and his girlfriend Phuong. As Green wrote in a letter to the British Sunday Telegraph in 1966, just for the record, your correspondent is completely wrong in thinking that I took General Lansdale as the model for the Quiet American. Pyle was a younger, more innocent, and more idealistic member of the CIA. I would never have chosen Colonel Lansdale, as he then was, to represent the danger of innocence. And worked for Lansdale on PSYOPs material and rumor campaigns for the Catholic exodus from the North, the Battle of the Sexes, and DM's rigged presidential election. Soon he began learning the master's tricks. Other able teachers arrived in Saigon as Lansdale staffed his Saigon military mission with the best spooks in the business. Some of these people became An's lifelong friends, although a friendship in which you like to mention that you are your friend's sworn opponent is a curious thing to contemplate. When the Americans came to our office with their bad French, there was only one person they could talk to. And when he was away, I was the only one they could talk to, and says. Soon I was the liaison officer between the Americans and the Vietnamese. First there was Lansdale, and then Lansdale's people, and then other military officers. I made friends with all sorts of Americans and even their families. 50 years later, and remembers every detail about these encounters with his American friends and their children, for whom he had a real fondness. I became friends with a master sergeant named Frank C. Long and his wife, Mary, and their 3 children, Kathy age 6, Peter age 4, and 3-year-old Amanda. I was working at the American military headquarters. He was the officer in charge of setting up the training program for the Vietnamese. I saw him every day at the office, And then on weekends, we would go to the swimming pool. I practiced my English with his wife, who was a legal secretary. She taught me shorthand and American culture, and I played with the children. Actually, they were my teachers when I was learning about American culture. I was impressed that the Americans taught their children to behave so well. They knew how to be friends with the Vietnamese children and play with them at school. I was so impressed by these children that I took them to meet my family. They are very beautiful children, my father admitted, but they are not as well groomed as French children. This was his prejudice. He always thought the French were the most beautiful. I disagreed. They are not like French children, I said. They are polite. They know how to behave. The French children used to beat me when I was young. They would come up and punch me for no reason at all. I wanted to fight back, but my father wouldn't let me. I made friends with another military man, Mills Sebran, one of Lansdale's intelligence officers, who also had 3 children. The Americans were not encumbered by the racism and arrogance of the Petit Blancs colons. They were vehemently anti-communist, and they organized the world along an axis that flipped from white to black. But at this early stage in the war, they acted like deferential guests who were pleased to be visiting the land of their Vietnamese hosts. They taught me all kinds of things, and their children taught me, and says, I learned from them, preparing myself before going to the United States. The 3 Lansdale team members closest to him were Lou Cien Black Luigi Conian, who later ran CIA operations in Laos and then directed Vietnam's Strategic Hamlet program. When I asked him if any of these men suspected him of being a communist, he says, no one knew. Not even Lou Conian, and he knew everything. He was a very good friend. He came here first as a major, working for Lansdale. He had been a French soldier. He swore like a trooper. Whenever we got together for a drink at the Continental, Lou Conian and Bob Chaplin and Conian would be swearing in French, Chaplin in English, and I in Vietnamese. It was like hell in a very small place. Lou Conian was always the man the Vietnamese trusted, and says, when they pulled a coup in 1963, he was the only outsider invited by the generals to watch the operation. They allowed him to phone the embassy and keep them posted on the progress of the coup, thanks to Jai, his cousin, and also knew that Conian had fallen into a woman trap set for him by the Duxine Bureau. They used lots of pretty girls for gathering information. They succeeded in fooling many people. They failed to trap Lansdale and his other men, like Rufus Phillips, who was very handsome, but the French were successful in fooling Lou Conian. Mills Brandis, who was working under Meiji cover as an engineer, became a kind of surrogate father figure for him, whose own father was an engineer. He was very quick, very agile with the punching bag. He worked out every day, says an who makes the sound of someone hitting a punching bag rat, tata-tata. He was husky, very strong, very friendly. He helped me learn English. When he was busy, his wife did it at home. Anytime I was free, I would give him a ring and come over. I would write stories, and they would correct my writing. Brand was the man who gave him a copy of The Quiet American, perhaps without realizing how poorly Americans are depicted in Green's novel. Another of Lansdale's energetic spies was Rufus Phillips, a strapping, 6-foot football player from rural Virginia who graduated from Yale in 1951 and joined the Army. After being reassigned from Korea to Vietnam in 1954, he worked on Lansdale's team for a year and then moved to Laos. He returned to Vietnam in 1962 with the Agency for International Development and continued working in Vietnam as a consultant from 1965 to 1968. The South Vietnamese government existed in name only, a collection of French-trained civil servants who didn't have a clue what to do without the French giving them orders. Phillips said in an interview with Christian Appy, "We didn't know if DM would survive or even if South Vietnam would survive. I think most of the Americans on the spot had pretty well written it off. They were extremely pessimistic. When I was in Laos, I knew the DM government was beginning to go off the rails. Instead of insisting on democracy when DM was still open to advice, the U.S. supported the creation and development of a secret, elite political party called the Can Lao. It was controlled by DM's brother, No Din Nu. It was almost a carbon copy of the Communist Party as an organizational weapon. The idea was to build up a kind of personality cult around DM and to have one party that would, in effect, swear people to loyalty. When Lansdale argued against it with Allen and Foster Dulles, he was told he was being naive. So we aided and abetted the worst side, not just of DM, but of the Vietnamese who had no experience in democratic politics. And then Phillips became close friends. Phillips respected An's knowledge of Vietnamese history and his political acumen, and respected Phillips's intelligence and sincerity. Vietnamese women were crazy about him, but he avoided the woman trap, and says. He remained formal, aloof. He learned French and played the game very well. Something curious happens when the two men speak of each other. They don't sound like enemies on opposite sides of a war. They sound like teammates rooting for the same side. The Americans should have listened to him, and says of Phillips. He wanted to put pressure on DM to correct his mistakes. But Phillips failed to realize that he was thinking 10 moves ahead on the chessboard of Vietnamese politics. He wanted DM to succeed, but only as a way station to calm Communist rule. DM was their unwitting agent, fighting off river pirates and crazy religious sects to unify southern Vietnam in advance of the day when the Communist Party would replace the Can Lao Party with its own police network. How simple it would be to swap the real thing for the carbon copy. An's career as a spy was inadvertently advanced when his cousin, Pham Xuan An, was forced to flee the country after a failed coup attempt. The French gave him money to pull off a coup against DM in December 1954, but the coup failed. The Americans found out about it and spoiled it, so he had to go into exile in Laos. While he was there, the CIA people used him to work for the Americans, and the Duxien Bureau used him to work for the French. He got involved in cooking another coup in Indonesia. It was all very complicated, and says, waving his hands in front of his face. These people had too many brains. I was one of the stupid men. From being an elf in Jai's shop, producing Cywar Pam, Flets, and rumor campaigns, and moved up to being the point man at Trim responsible for sending Vietnam's military officers for training in the United States. This is when he began accumulating the skein of contacts and favors that made him the best-connected man in Vietnam. I picked out the likely candidates, assembled their CVs, and arranged their security clear answers with Vietnamese intelligence and the U.S. Embassy. The Vietnamese were sent to schools in the U.S. to learn about counterinsurgency, like Nguyen Van Thieu, who later became South Vietnam's president. He was sent to Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. I filled out his paperwork and followed the reports that were sent back to MAG. Although he had yet to set foot in America, and lectured the Vietnamese on what to expect when they got there. Americans shake hands when they greet each other. They look you in the eye when they talk and smile a lot. And also told them that Americans were sticklers for rules. Even rules that, if strictly applied, would prevent any Vietnamese from ever getting to the United States. For example, Vietnam's military officers always failed their medical exams. Many of them had been exposed to tuberculosis or recovered from earlier infections. I spent a lot of time arguing with the American doctors about these exams and remembers. I had to explain to them the difference between scars from previous infections and active cases of tuberculosis. Worms were another touchy subject. In a country that fertilized its fields with human excrement, few people in Vietnam were free of parasites. There were hook worms and tapeworms, all kinds of worms, and says. The last time it had shot a gun was when he fired on a platoon of French soldiers moving through the Mekong Delta in April 1946. But he was armed again when he went into the field with 2 American soldiers in January 1956. He was carrying the pistol given to him by his cousin before he fled into exile. It was a Walther 7, 65 millimeter, with a brown handle and a shiny blue-green barrel. This is what we call a love pistol. It is designed to be carried in your handbag or in your pocket and removed when it is required to shoot your spouse or her lover. I had never used it, and I didn't even know how it worked until I went into the field one day as liaison officer for Colonel Glenn and Colonel Hicks, two American advisors. We were going into the Delta to watch DM's troops fight the last communist forces which had been left behind. We drove to Long Ha by jeep and then took boats from there to Mak Hoa, in the plain of reeds near the Cambodian border. While out in the field with Lansdale's men, I tied the pistol with a string to my belt loop, so if it fell out of my pocket, I wouldn't lose it. When they demanded to see what was in Ann's pocket, Colonel Hicks and Colonel Glenn laughed at his little pistol. Like all American advisors, they carried big Colts. They asked if it had ever fired his gun and then shook their heads in disbelief. "And you're the worst soldier we have ever seen in our lives," they said. "You are smart, but you have no initiative. What you need is a brain transplant. You need an American brain grafted onto your Vietnamese brain. Then you might be able to go out in the world and accomplish something." After a crash course in the field, An knew how to break down his pistol and clean it. He also knew the correct way to smoke cigarettes. The advisors noticed that An was puffing Lucky Strikes without inhaling. He had the profligate habits of a customs inspector who got his cigarettes and other contraband for free. They taught me how to get the smoke into my lungs and blow one part out through my mouth and the other part out through my nose, and then they taught me how to smoke cigars. It was great. Really good, says An, laughing. That's how I got addicted more than 50 years ago, and this is why I have lung problems today. Every time I smoked, I thought of my two advisors, Colonel Glenn and Colonel Hicks, and also succeeded in grafting an American brain onto his Vietnamese brain. He learned the skills of Western journalism, its analytical methods and repertoire of investigative techniques, and applied them to becoming Vietnam's greatest spy, and had good teachers. He used them in one of our last conversations in 2006, and spoke again about his conflicted cultural inheritance. I spent so many years working with the Americans that as time went on, my brain became resistant to the training and intoxication of the communists. He corrects himself. I mean to say, indoctrination of the communists. Unfortunately, an American brain got grafted onto my Vietnamese brain. It became in the process a kind of composite substance, very hard and very difficult to break. At this point, nothing can be done about it. It's best just to leave it there. I'll soon be dead anyway, and then no one will have to worry about what I think. And laughs, one of the long, hearty laughs he reserves for life's good jokes. Then he tells me a story about a king and his advisor. One day the king is invited to dine at the house of his advisor. This Mandarin has an excellent cook and domestic staff, but they hate him because he is a tough bastard, so they decide to get their revenge. At lunch they serve their master the stone of a jackfruit, cooked in a special way, so that he doesn't recognize what he is eating. By evening, as the jackfruit ferments in his stomach, the Mandarin begins farting. Here it makes the PFFTT popping sounds of a farting Mandarin. By the time the king comes to dinner, the Darren is farting one fart after another. PFFTT, PFFTT, PFFTT. "What is that noise?" demands the king. "It is the noise of a toad in my garden," says the Mandarin. "But why, if a toad is making this noise, does it smell so bad? It is a dead toad." "How does a dead toad make this noise?" asks the king. "There are two toads," says the Mandarin. "One is alive, one is dead. The noise comes from the living one. The smell comes from the dead one." The king is happy. He thinks he knows the truth of the situation because he has a coherent explanation for what is happening. But really all he is getting is a ridiculous story. This is how he described the job of the advisor. It is the work of toads. Travels. In America, in 1956, and communist handlers ordered him to quit the Vietnamese army and start a new career. They wanted him to go to the United States and study the country that was war on them from halfway around the world, and was the first communist spy at Vietnamese military headquarters. But when another officer was recruited from the general staff, it was time for him to move on. After being demobilized, I was supposed to go back to the customs house. But I didn't like being a functionaire. I wanted a free profession. This was my problem, always my problem. I refused to go back. I submitted a letter of resignation, which had to be approved by the Minister of Finance, and I took all the money out of my pension. People were surprised. You have a lifetime job. Why would you leave that? And thought of becoming a doctor or studying economics, a subject that had interested him ever since he read Economie Politique, a book based on Karl Marx's Capital. I thought, maybe I'll go to America and study economics or political theory. I would go for 4 to 6 years and get an MA degree or, if POS Cybele, a PhD while learning about American culture. But I had a hard time getting to the United States. The U.S. military attaché took me to visit the Asia Foundation. They offered me a scholarship, but the Vietnamese authorities refused to allow me to accept it because I didn't have a high school diploma. This was their excuse for giving the scholarship to their family members and relatives. His plan hit another roadblock when he was told that he could not study subjects such as politics or economics that were taught in Vietnam, no matter who paid his way to America. It was Mai Chi, though, head of North Vietnamese intelligence, and Mu Oi Hung, An's case officer, who decided to send him to the United States to be trained as a journalist. Mu Tung got the idea from Ho Chi Minh, blocked An's exit visa. The Communist Party had a hard time finding enough money. Phi Nali Mai Chi Toskapet Doge Eti Tausen Zong, which at the time was worth about $2,000. This was sufficient to buy An's airplane ticket to America and 4 new suits, if only he could find a way to get out of Vietnam. The idea of becoming a journalist was all right, but I didn't know much about it, and says, "Journalism is very important, but very dangerous," Mu Oi Hung told me. Everyone is suspicious of journalists, thinking that they are carrying out intelligence activities. I had to ask the people of the revolution to borrow money from me, and says, the Communist Party paid for my travel to the U.S. I had 6 years of pension, but that wasn't enough. I didn't even own a suitcase. Luckily, Mills C. Brandis gave me his old World War II Samsonite, made out of cardboard. An's last hurdle lay in getting his visa. This time he was aided by DM's secret police. He began by contacting his cousin, the same one who had hired him to work in the Psychological Warfare Department. Pham Xuan An's sister was married to Le Coq Diet, who was head of security and ran the police in central Vietnam for Ngo Dinh Can, the youngest brother in the ruling family. Can, on Duyet's recommendation, sent a message to Tran Kim Twin, the diminutive genius who ran Ngo Dinh Diem's family affairs. He was in charge of political, cultural, and social affairs at the presidential palace, and says, actually, he was the front man of the secret police. Everything was under his authority. With a Hanoi law degree and training as a military medic, Twin was one of the Catholic refugees who had come south in 1954. He hailed from Phat Diem, which is described in The Quiet American as a medieval town under the shadow and protection of the Prince Bishop, who had his own private army. Green, a Catholic convert, describes Phat Diem as the most living town in all the country. By living, he means faith, full, or religious. Phat Diem, like other Catholic enclaves in North Vietnam, was destroyed during a pitched battle between the Viet Minh and the French colonial forces. Green visited the battlefield and overheard soldiers, most of them Germans, claim got say dank when they saw more dead Vietnamese than legionnaires floating in the city's canals. As I would say of the way he obtained his visa, this is the Vietnamese way. Pure Vietnamese. You ask a cousin to ask his sister's husband in central Vietnam to intervene with his boss, who in turn sends a message back to Saigon via your cousin's sister's husband, who actually travels there in person, that you should be given an exit visa. And voila, the visa that yesterday was impossible to obtain suddenly appears on the desk of Dr. Twin, as he was called. This means, of course, that you are beholden to every family member who aided you in this ECT, and you are particularly indebted to Dr. Twin, who delivered the document. There was one final hurdle before An could leave. He was keeping a death watch at his father's bedside. Tuberculosis had claimed one of his lungs and weakened his heart. He was ing for breath and visibly failing. One day I had to take my niece to Cholon on my scooter, and remembers, while we were waiting for the rain to stop, my father said, "Hurry home. I have something important to say to you." He ordered my mother to bring him warm water to wash his face. He changed his clothes and lay down to rest. On my return from Cholin, I gave him another shot of medicine to help his heart. He started breathing heavily, a labored, hissing kind of breath. He was having such a hard time breathing that I held him upright in my arms. "Bring me a piece of blank paper," he ordered. I brought him the paper. He signed it. "You can type in the date later," he said. He signed 10 more sheets like this. "You can use these when I am gone," he said. Ann's inheritance now included his father's signature, if needed, on 10 forged documents. He was expiring. I knew he was dying. The black butter, fly of death, the papillon nocturne, flew in the window. Normally they fly only at night. It settled on the mosquito net over my father's bed. The death throes began, the agony that comes before you die. My father breathed his last breath. The butterfly fanned his wings. I knew it was the end. My father's heart stopped beating. His father died on September 24th, 1957, and 2 weeks later arrived in Costa Mesa, California, to enroll as a freshman at the local community college, and was a 31-year-old communist spy, a retired customs officer and Psywar specialist when he began studying at Orange Coast College, which had been recommended to him by an American advisor in Vietnam. He was possibly the first Vietnamese to live in Orange County. It is now home to 150,000 Vietnamese refugees and their descendants. Called Confucius by his classmates, and studied political science, American government, economics, sociology, psychology, Spanish, and journalism. He chaperoned 18-year-old co-eds to the beach and spent a lot of time working on the Barnacle, the school newspaper, for which he wrote occasional articles, such as a movie review of The Quiet American, finding the movie potentially confusing and recommended that it not be shown in Vietnam, and describes his 2 years in the United States, which include internships at the Sacramento Bee and the United tie-ins, as the only time in my life when I wasn't anxious. His travels across America were financed by the Asia Foundation, which was later revealed to be a CIA front. He fell in love with America and with an American, Lee Meyer, a lithe blonde who was his editor and writing coach at the Barnacle. She knew I loved her, but I never told her, and says, "We Vietnamese never tell what we really feel." And arrived at OCC on a Saturday when the commuter school was empty of students and his dormitory was locked. It was lunchtime, and I had no idea where to go, he remembers. Suddenly, one of the students arrived back at the dorm. I told him I was a new student and had just arrived in America. He offered me some red beans. Then Mr. Henry Ledger, the building manager, arrived. "We were waiting for you," he said. "We kept your room empty for a month, but we finally had to put somebody in it." He had another room for storing sheets and towels. He emptied out and put me in it. It was a nice room with a good view, and I was alone here while all the other rooms had 2 people in them. He went out and got me a chair and table and a bookshelf for my books. The room had no dresser, but I didn't have much clothing anyway. All I had was my cardboard suitcase borrowed from Mr. Brandis and a new bag for carrying my books to school. Ann's dormitory had originally served as a barracks for the Santa Ana Army Air Base. This boot camp for soldiers inducted into the Army Air Forces also served briefly, at the end of World War II, as a prisoner of war camp for soldiers captured from Rommel's Afrika Korps, and as a Japanese-American internment camp, where enemy aliens were held before being deported to Japan. When the base was converted into a community college in 1948, courses in subjects ranging from cosmetology to petroleum technology were taught in 68 Quonset huts and barracks inherited from the military. Many of the teachers were also inherited from the military. The Air Base Band Moss Tur became head of the OCC art department, and a former mess captain became a professor of social science. The night I arrived in California, the students had organized a big square dance at the cafeteria, and says, the school band was playing. 2 teachers, a lady and a man, have been brought in to show the students how to square dance. A student took me to the dance so I wouldn't feel homesick. I sat on the side like a wallflower. Then a young lady came over and took me out on the floor. Everyone was dressed like hillbillies and cowgirls. They were hopping up and down like turkeys. They steered me back and forth. This was the first time in my life that I held a girl in my arms like this. I was hot and cold all at once. I realized I was going to make many, many mistakes. They would take me to the beach, 5 or 6 girls at a time. I had no money for going out and no family to visit. I was always in my dorm room studying, but no one else stayed in the dorms. Everyone else was always out doing things. So the girls would come and ask me to go to the beach with them. I never swam. The water was too cold, but the girls swam. They were strong and powerful. I was 31 years old. They were 17 or 18. They took me along as their life-saver. These were happy years for him. He loved the migrating swallows that nested under the eaves of his dormitory. The sunny California students with their homecoming dances and beach parties. The taskmaster professors who at the same time were friendly and accessible. As reported in the Barnacle, he learned how to write the American language of H.L. Mencken, to enjoy the hi-fi, to rock and roll, to do my homework with the radio and the familiar heater noise, and to fill my lungs with the air of the humorous jokes of my dorm mates. I did many things the way we do them in Vietnam, which my classmates thought was hilarious, and says, one day, for example, I was in the men's toilet, urinating. I noticed that every time I went into the bathroom, students would run down the hall to look at me. When I had finished, they would run out of the room laughing. Finally, one of the students, a former Marine in the Korean War who was studying on the GI Bill, told me what was happening. And no one wants to embarrass you, but we think the way you urinate is very funny. You roll up your pant leg. Here in America, we pull our pants down. This was another lesson I had to learn. How to unzip my trousers. The most important lesson for him was how to disguise the fact that he was a communist agent. He had some near misses, and perhaps his time in California was not as carefree as he pretends. My speech class was taught by a former colonel, an artillery officer in the military reserve. He always gave me a C-. In your speeches, you use too many revolutionary terms, he told me. You must change this. I tried to explain that I had learned English from the magazines that were sent to Vietnam by the French Communist Party. Fortunately, one of my fellow students was a Canadian, an older woman who was returning to school to finish her degree. She became my DS, one of my female protectors. She began correcting my speeches, and after that I got a C+. I also got into trouble with Miss Fowler, my freshman English teacher. She was a former intelligence officer in World War II and an expert during the McCarthy era in hunting out pro-communist elements. One day she asked me, "Have you come here to learn or to do something else?" "To learn," I assured her. "I have worked with American soldiers. That's why they sent me here. I am suspicious that you have come to do something else." What she told me made me more vigilant. I Americanized myself. There was no more revolutionary talk. No more French either. That I became a great journalist as well as a great spy is a testament to the American method of training reporters by having them spend long hours producing student newspapers, while working as a sub-editor and writer for the Barnacle, and pen stories on campus food, dorm life, and the special needs of foreign students, which included a large contingent of Persians who had come to California to study the state's offshore oil wells. There were 16 students on the Barnacle staff, all of them enrolled in Journalism 101 and 102 the year and was listed as page 2 editor. The paper placed second among Southland junior college newspapers in a competition at the University of Southern California. The long hours spent at the student newspaper may also have been motivated by falling in love with his editor, Lee Meyer, who combined a winning smile with serious, black-framed spectacles. Lots of people fell in love with Meyer, Judge ING from the affectionate messages inscribed in her yearbook, and calls her an ideal friend in his inscription and writes of his hope that our friendly relationship would be closer and closer in spite of improper situations, and is referring to the fact that Meyer was engaged at the time to a medical student she would later marry, unhappily and briefly. She was the girl I would have married if I'd had the chance, and says that Anne and Lee's affection was mutual is evident from letters they exchanged late in life. Lee contacted and after read ING about him in an article published in Newsweek on the 25th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. She was pleased to be back in touch after so many years, and they struck up a correspondence that lasted until her death in 2003, and was very, very dear to Lee, says Janet Sims, Lee's domestic partner when she was a practicing psychologist in Los Angeles, and wrote in return, "You have often been in my heart and thoughts." After his first year at OCC, and attended summer school to finish more credits, and then he traveled up the coast to visit a Vietnamese friend who was teaching at the Army Language School in Monterey. His plans had changed, and he would be heading home as soon as possible if he could get there. An's sunny year in California was the darkest time in history for the Southern Viet Minh. The 60,000 communists who had remained below the 17th parallel when Vietnam was DV'd in 1954. The Diem administration dragged a guillotine around the countryside, decapitating communists, and by the end of the campaign in 1958, 85% of the party members had been wiped out, either killed or jailed, and says he learned in a coded letter from his younger brother, Pham Xuan An, that Muoi Hung, his case officer, had been arrested. He also learned that he was being summoned home because the Viet Minh, soon to be reborn as the Viet Cong, were finally embarking on the armed struggle that would launch the Second Indochina War. My brother was arrested while I was in America, and says, they asked him about Muoi Hung and why he had come to visit me in my house. My brother was detained by the Saigon police until after Tet in 1958. My cousin got him out of jail, the one who worked for No Dinh Can as chief of security and head of the police in central Vietnam. He came to Saigon to see the chief of police. My brother was released directly into his custody. My brother wrote me a letter implying that my two direct superiors had been captured. He gave me enough hints so that I understood. As An tells me this story, one of his birds starts screaming in the background like a police cruiser with its whoopee siren going full blast. If his younger brother Dinh got off relatively easily, the same was not true for Muoi Hung. He was tortured in the Nine Caves prison in central Vietnam for 6 years. He did not reveal An's name, but it was a perilous moment for all the agents in his network. An's friend Chow Jiao was also serving a term in No Dinh Can's infamous prison. He knew Mu Zihong, that he was a high official in the Communist Party and chief of intelligence in the South. The two had worked together when Chow Jiao was passing information to the communists, giving them advance warning of the Japanese coup d'etat. He stood to gain his freedom by denouncing Muoi Hung, but Chow Jiao never denounced anyone, even under torture. He walked by him with a stone face that revealed nothing of their past association. He was one of the brave ones who never lost their morale. How can I get in touch with my leaders who have been captured? I wondered. I wasn't supposed to look for them or contact them. It was their job to contact me. But if I stay in America, how will they find me? If I don't return to Vietnam, I'll be abandoning the fight for independence. But if I return now that my leaders are in jail, I risk being arrested and going to jail myself. If Mu Dihung had informed, I would have been finished. I strongly believed he would confess. He was a human being. I had already seen many cases like this. But he didn't confess. Others did, but not Muoi Hung. After An learned that he was being summoned back to Vietnam, he started studying Spanish. If his cover were blown, maybe he could slip over the border and travel home via Cuba, where Fidel Castro was coming to power. And also learned, while visiting his friend at the foreign language school in Monterey, that the communists, after holding them back for several years, were finally allowing the revolutionaries in the South to resume guerrilla warfare. That's why I decided to go back, and says. In the spring of 1959, he graduated from Orange Coast College with an associate's degree in journalism. He drove up the coast to Monterey and on from there to Sacramento, where he stayed for 2 months, working at the Sacramento Bee in an internship arranged for him by Eleanor McClatchy, a member of the newspaper's founding family. An's stipend was paid by the Asia Foundation, which had also arranged for him to fly to New York at the end of the summer for another internship, this one at the United Nations. Mrs. McClatchy was a very nice lady, and says. She in turn thought he was a very nice man, and with introductions from the CIA and Edward Lansdale and N's other good friends in U.S. intelligence. She was glad to welcome this young Vietnamese gentleman to Sacramento. There was a slight problem when he was denied lodgings because the landlord didn't accept Mongoloids, but shrugged off this racist slight. This is normal in America, he says. Even Henry Kissinger wasn't allowed to stay in certain hotels because he was Jewish. McClatchy took him to meet the governor, Edmund G. Brown, who was hosting a state visit from the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union. I was allowed to tag along to see how they covered the story of a big shot paying a visit to the governor of California, and had already met the governor and had his photo snapped while standing next to him at a conference of student newspaper editors, but it wouldn't hurt to meet him again, and was assuming the professional demeanor that would serve him so well as a spy. He was compiling a resume of CIA recommendations and McClatchy service that suggested he might be working for the agency. Soon after his arrival in Sacramento, the Bee ran a story on its new summer intern headlined, Vietnam Journalist Aims to Fight Red Propaganda, as in Riley remarked to an interviewer in 2005. I used everything Lansdale taught me for this article. He was an excellent teacher, and paid a visit to the Asia Foundation headquarters in San Francisco, hoping to convince them to allow him to drive across America instead of flying. I had bought a 10-year-old Mercury from an old lady for $250, and says. It had an 8-cylinder engine and consumed gas like it was drinking water. It had a heater, but no air conditioning. The director of the foundation advised me to stay in YMCAs, which cost only $5 a night, or cheap motels. Don't pick up any hitchhikers. They're dangerous. They will know that you are alone and a foreigner. They can take your money and kill you. Although he possessed 2 Vietnamese driver's licenses, 1 military and 1 civilian, and had never actually driven a car before coming to the United States. The Sacramento Bee had kindly provided its interns with a driver's education course, and, promising not to drive like a hot rodder, and started traveling at the end of August. It was because my French teacher had taught me about Chicago gangsters and the city's humane, modern methods for killing animals that I wanted to drive across America, and saw a summer windstorm race across the Nevada desert like a big tornado, amazed to see branches and tree limbs and entire trees swirling up into the sky. He stopped to record the event with a camera shooting ectochrome slides. I drove very slowly. I would often stop to drink a Coke and rest. I took the middle route from California to the East Coast. Whenever there was a beautiful landscape, I would stop and watch it. I would pull over to the side of the road and get out of my car. I would lie down and stare up at the sky until I was ready to start driving again. I was lucky. I met more nice PLE than naughty people. Maybe they were naughty among themselves, but not to me. Like when I was in San Francisco. One evening, I was walking toward the wharf to have dinner when I ran into a band of guys with knives drawn. They were chasing another band of guys, but they were too busy trying to kill each other to bother me, and drove down the Strip and visited the gambling casinos in Las Vegas. Outside the city, he saw a long line of freight cars rolling across the mountains and disappearing into a tunnel. Asked a man who was standing near me, watching the train, "Is it carrying people from the West Coast to the East Coast?" "No," he said. "This is a special train. It doesn't take any passengers. It is carrying scientists into a tunnel in the mountain where they do atomic research." Then he showed me on a map where America makes its atomic bombs. "Don't go here," he said. "They will arrest you." And chuckles on remembering the friendly American who told him these military secrets. Communist intelligence agent Pham Xuan An now knew where the Vietnamese army should attack if it ever invaded the United States, and visited the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City and watched cowboys herding cattle in Wyoming. He drove only during the day, and when the sun went down, he stopped at the YMCA or a cheap motel. He would start driving again the next day at sunrise. The country was big and beautiful, with inner mouse variety. I had never realized how big America is. This is not something I imagined from hearing it described. After crossing the Rocky Mountains and the Great Plains, I was amazed by the rich farmland in Iowa. I saw mile after mile of corn. It took me almost a whole day of driving to get through the corn. I stopped to look at the turkeys they raised there, huge, chocolate-colored turkeys. They stretched all the way to the horizon. By the time he reached Chicago, he was having trouble with his carburetor. He was surprised when a new one was stalled quickly instead of the old one being taken out and repaired. He started driving around town, looking for the miraculous machine his French teacher had told him about. I drove to the stockyards, but I couldn't find the machine anywhere. And laughs. I would have to create this machine if I wanted it to exist. Except for the speedy car repair, and was disappointed by Chicago. I thought I would find something in Chicago that made it more modern than Vietnam. But even the gangsters were less colorful than Bavine and his river pirates, and drove to Niagara Falls, where he spent a week attending a seminar for Vietnamese Catholic students organized by Emmanuel Jacques, a Belgian Jesuit missionary, and never pretended to be anything but Buddhist. He must have thought it a good idea, though, to add Father Jacques, who had lived in Vietnam and spoke Vietnamese like a Vietnamese, to his list of references, and drove next to Washington, where he stayed in Arlington, Virginia, for 10 days with his CIA friend Mills Brandis and his family. After seeing Capitol Hill, the White House, the Pentagon, they took me on a tour of the FBI, where I saw agents shooting at targets on the firing range with live ammunition, and says, they pushed a button and up popped a shooter. We were supposed to admire how many bullseyes they got. Most people got bullseyes. I asked them, what is this used for? It's a warning to people. Don't commit crimes, or the FBI will put a bullet in you very easily. I thought to myself, this is good psychology, cow warfare, meant to reduce the number of criminals, and drove back to New York in time to watch the opening of the United Nations. The Asia Foundation introduced him to the UN correspondent from India, who took him to get a press pass and showed him around. This was the session where Nikita Khrushchev made his first visit to the United States. The streets were lined with mounted policemen, riding huge horses and looking very handsome in the autumn light. Crowds filled the sidewalks to watch Khrushchev drive by in a black limousine with the Soviet flag flying on the hood of his car. I watched his motorcade pass by. Then I went to the press gallery to watch Khrushchev deliver his speech. I asked him if he was excited to see Khrushchev in New York as a fellow communist, and if he believed him when Khrushchev said to the United States, "We will bury you," and gives me a rousing yes, a long, drawn-out note of agreement, accompanied by a hand wave of assent, fingers mounting, skyward. It was the Soviet policy at the time to support wars of liberation. The Chinese under Mao Zedong were doing the same thing. To meet this challenge, the Americans were developing the doctrine of counterinsurgency to fight against wars of liberation. The strategy was the same in Vietnam and elsewhere around the world. Liberate the former colonies. Pretend to launch them on the road to self-determination, while introducing special forces and using unconventional warfare to fight the revolutionary forces. This policy actually goes back as far as 1950, when the United States signed the Agree, meant supporting the French in Indochina and setting up Land's Dale Saigon mission. I wasn't opposed to Americans. I was opposed to their strategy. I had no choice. They were fighting a war. We had to counter it. We on the communist side had to understand this strategy. We had to pull together all the information we could get and analyze it. This is not an easy thing to do, but without it, you are fighting a war in the dark. You may win the war by accident, but it is more likely that you will lose it by ignorance. I asked him if it was hard for him to live his double life of intrigue and subterfuge. It is hard, he says, repeating the statement 3 times. Then he mentions a former lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army who had befriended him while he was a student in California, and was returning from his first visit to Monterey when he missed the bus stop for Orange Coast College. He got off down the coast in Laguna Beach. It was New Year's Eve, and no more buses were running. The colonel, coming to pick up his daughter who was visiting for the holidays, offered him a lift to the college, and later invited him to his house, where he became a regular visitor. After An had returned to Vietnam and started working as a reporter, the colonel wrote to him, asking if he would look after his son, who was being sent to Vietnam as a lieutenant in the Air Force. After thinking about it, I refused to get in touch with his son and says, I was working for the other side in intelligence. If I met him, I might take advantage of him reflexively. Because I know his father, I might get some information out of him. What if I were tortured? What if I broke and revealed that this man had given me information? It would be very bad. So to respect the man who had helped me, and not by mistake, not voluntarily, not willingly to take advantage of his son, I refused to see him. This is why I don't want to write a memoir, and says. I would have to name names, and that's not good. Some PLE have died already, but others are still alive. A lot of people help me out of personal friendships. There is no reason to betray them now. I ask him how he feels about the fact that his intelligence was responsible for getting Americans killed. I hated to see this, he says. When I saw young American soldiers being evacuated from battle, lying on top of personnel carriers, many of them dead or dying, it reminded me of my friends in junior college. Young men 18 or 19 years old who might have been drafted and sent to Vietnam. This is why I prayed that the war wouldn't last long. An's double life was filled with conflict and tragedy, but there was no fake sentimentality on his part. He had a choice to make, and he made it. Some of this I credit to the fact that he was a journalist. He faced reality and dealt with it. There was a war on. He was a soldier in this war. He did his duty. That's all, he would say. It was very simple. This was one of his vorite expressions. Of course, it was not simple. It was heart-wrenchingly complex, and the moral dilemmas were insoluble. A man less tough in mind and spirit would have been destroyed or would have given himself away. It reminded me of a great gambler, one of those Las Vegas professionals who has learned to disguise what are known as tells, the involuntary signs that reveal your hand, either good or bad. And the jokester, the prankster, the dog-loving man about town had displaced onto his quirks and personal habits all the emotion that otherwise would have revealed in his face what he was feeling. That's all. It's very simple. In New York, the Asia Foundation arranged for me to stay with one of their men who lived in the Bronx. He took me around and showed me Central Park, where I saw a lot of crazy people making speeches. I took a sightseeing trip around New York. I rode the ferry out into the harbor to see Lady Liberty. I went to visit the offices of Time magazine. They said, maybe in the future you will work for Time. I said yes, that would be very nice. But for now, I prefer to go back home and work for Vietnam Press. The Asia Foundation had already told me, when I returned to Vietnam, that I should work for Vietnam Press to help them. The ambiguity of An's statement only strikes me later, and I never get to ask him about it. Why is the Asia Foundation advising him to work for Vietnam Press? Will he be helping the cause of Vietnamese journalism or the CIA? I had briefed Vietnamese officers before sending them to the United States, showing them pictures of life in America, but I was amazed when I saw it with my own eyes. The only way Vietnam could fight a war against the United States was to hope that one day they would go away. Vietnam is a small, isolated country. We had relations with almost no one outside our borders, and inside we were fighting day and night. We came from zero. We had to sacrifice until we were reduced to zero. No matter how long it took, we had to continue. We had already fought for hundreds of years against the French and thousands of years against the Chinese. There was no reason for us to stop now. Almost 2 years to the day after he left Vietnam and sold his car and flew from New York to San Francisco. This was his last chance to change his mind. He had been offered a language teaching job in Monterey for a salary of $350 a month, a lot of money in those days. Lee Meyer had sent him a postcard from San Francisco, showing the bay and the famous island prison of Alcatraz. I will see you before you go home, she wrote. When my plane landed in San Francisco, I went to the Golden Gate Bridge to look over the bay toward Alcatraz Island. There was floating in the water, exactly as in the postcard Lee Meyer had sent me. I stood on the bridge thinking of her, and I almost changed my mind. I thought to myself, this is where I'm going to end up if I go back to Vietnam, in prison, but a prison not so beautiful as Alcatraz. For me, it will be Pulo Condor and a tiger cage. They are both islands, but Pulo Condor is far worse than Alcatraz. It was October 1959, with a fall chill in the air. In An's pocket was an airplane ticket to Saigon, bought for him by the Asia Foundation. Rising below him in the harbor were the Soli, Terry smokestack, and sun-raked walls of Alcatraz. He could stay in America and take a correspondence course to finish his college degree at Berkeley. He could marry an American and get about the long war his country was fighting. Finally, in the Patriot, who had in his possession 4 suits that belonged to the Communist Party of Vietnam and should rightfully be returned to the people, boarded his plane and flew home to Saigon. Thus ended his first and only visit to the United States. I have 2 loves like Josephine Baker, and says, I love my country and I love the United States. When the war was over, I wanted them to get back together.